Good morning. This is the Wednesday, June 12th, 2024 ECMC General Hearing. Welcome everyone here today. I think we'll start off the hearing with a roll call.
Commissioner Ackerman,
Here.
Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner McGowan,
Here.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath,
Here.
Commissioner Ray,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins. Commissioner Mesner, you have 6 of 7 commissioners present.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. That is enough to get rolling here this morning. First off on the agenda is commissioner comments, and I would like to start if I could. I think, as many of you know, today is Commissioner McGowan's last hearing with us, as she has accepted a well-deserved and exciting role from the Mayor of Denver to become the Executive Director of the City of Denver Public Health Department. Karen and I started our journey together as part of the first cohort of then COGCC as full-time professional commissioners in 2020. And over the last 4 years, I could not be more honored to have served with her, no more impressed with the work that she has accomplished. She was appointed to the seat with expertise in public health due to her decades of professional experience in the space, and her perspective and expertise in the area was critical to this commission's success over the last 4 years, as we both promulgated and implemented rules and policies that both memorialized the directives provided by Senate Bill 19-181 and reimagined how oil and gas development was regulated in the state of Colorado in a way that is protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Throughout those efforts, she was tenacious in ensuring she understood the work before her, was fearless in making sure she had the necessary information to make decisions by asking questions and poring over research, statements, and applications, and was courageous by standing up for what she thought was right, pushing conversations to ensure we were all evaluating topics thoroughly and ensuring that all voices were being heard. She is a strong communicator, a compassionate listener, and always strove to find equitable solutions even in the most challenging situations. She is dedicated to transparency in our work and often was the first commissioner to reach out and engage with stakeholders and the public, making sure she understood and incorporated all perspectives in her process. In many ways, Karen was this commission's Ted Lasso, providing leadership that compelled us to believe in ourselves through many difficult processes and embrace the Walt Whitman quote that Ted Lasso loved: "Be curious, not judgmental." I, for one, will miss you terribly on the commission, Karen, but could not be prouder of all that you have accomplished, and I'm honored to call you a colleague, but most importantly, a friend. I wish you all the luck in your new role with the City of Denver. They are lucky to have you, and I do hope that you'll drop in and say hi to us some Wednesday in the future, as we certainly are going to miss you. So congratulations on your new role, Karen. Other commissioners, I open the floor to you. Commissioner Ackerman.
Oh, we should stop because you've already.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I appreciate your comments and certainly echo them. You know, I joined Karen and others on the commission in 2022, and immediately she reached out as a mentor to me and helped me understand what our mission was, helped me understand what our job was, and I could always reach out to her in every way that I needed. Certainly consider her a mentor. And if I had to describe Karen, I'd say she's smart, she's humble, and she has insightful depth on all aspects of our mission, but especially as our expert on public health and air. And as much as I'll miss her as an exceptional commissioner, I'll miss her even more from a human perspective. She's a fabulous person. So Godspeed to you, Karen. And if I thought you needed luck at the helm over in Denver, I would wish it to you, but I don't think you will.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just be brief. I don't think I could say it any better than my fellow commissioners have put it thus far. But Karen, we will certainly miss you. you keep us grounded for sure. And I appreciate that. And you also keep it light, and I appreciate that as well. And so I wish you best in your future endeavors, and I know we'll see each other soon, so I will not say goodbye.
Commissioner Oath?
Off to pile on, Karen. I too have always considered you a mentor. Was lucky enough to work with you at CDPHE. When you left, it was a loss there, but a huge addition here. And the work that you have done with this commission has been really amazing to watch. And I would just say, on behalf of CDPHE, your partnership and kind of continuing that connection between the agencies and the work that we do and how it overlaps and how we can collaborate together has been so important. So thank you for your commitment to that and all of the work that you've done with our team.
Commissioner Ray? You're on mute. Commissioner Ray, you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If folks are listening, the tenor of the comments I think that they've already heard indicate how important Karen has been to this team and to the state. And I'd just like to say, on behalf of DNR Executive Director Dan Gibbs, I want to express the department's appreciation for the service of Commissioner McGowan to this commission. We've been grateful for her contribution and commitment to developing some of the most innovative and effective oil and gas rules in the nation. And I'll just say that on a personal note, I've had the privilege of working with Karen in multiple capacities in my time in Colorado state government. And I've always appreciated her intelligence, her collegiality, her willingness to ask questions, and her commitment to serving the people of Colorado. And so I just want to say again, the department thanks Commissioner Gowan for her service to the commission and the Department of Natural Resources. And we know she'll do great things in her role at the city of Denver. So thank you, Karen.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, my heart is very full, and I didn't think this would be. You guys are terrible. I just want you all to know that this has been like a really huge growing experience for me, and I've thoroughly enjoyed working not just with my fellow commissioners, but all the stakeholders, the operators, the conservation community, individuals, and I could not be good at this job without everybody who is involved in all this. Our excellent staff with amazing subject matter expertise and the kindness and openness from everyone that I've worked with, because I know I ask a lot of questions and I know that I always want to dig way deeper than maybe I need to. And everyone has been through this whole journey kind and helpful and informative. And I think that's what makes us good commissioners is the support that we have from everyone that we work with. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. This has been like one of my hardest jobs, but also one of the most rewarding. And I think everyone who works in this sphere needs to be proud of the work that Colorado does. And I know it can be so frustrating, and I know it can sometimes feel like it's moving at a turtle's pace. But people look to the work that we do here in Colorado because it's important work and we do good work, and our staff should be proud and this commission should be proud. And I am proud to say that I was a commissioner for ECMC, and I will be an ambassador for everybody because I'm so proud of us and everything that this organization does and what our partners do to help us be the best commission that we can. So again, my heart is super full and I appreciate everything that everyone has said. And I don't think that I won't be in your sphere at some point in time. I won't be able to help myself. And thank you for the kind words. It's very nice.
Well, thank you, Commissioner McGowan. With that, we'll continue down the agenda. Typically next on the agenda would be general public comment. We do not have anyone who has signed up for general public comment today, nor have we received any written general comment today. And so next up on the agenda is Commissioner Ray to give us a geothermal conference update.
Thank you, Chair Messner. During the week of May 28th, just a few weeks ago, ECMC commissioners attended the Iceland Geothermal Conference in Reykjavik, Iceland. In addition to Commissioners Robbins, Ackerman, Messner, Cross, and Oath, the Governor's Special Advisor on Climate and Energy, Mark Silberg, DNR Executive Director Dan Gibbs, myself, ECMC Director Julie Murphy, Deputy Director Mimi Larson, and Geothermal Programs Coordinator Mike Ribby also attended. The purpose of the trip was for ECMC commissioners and staff to build expertise on geothermal energy development and regulation. As most folks listening to this will know, the commission was given authority by Senate Bill 23-285 over deep geothermal operations, which include deep wells for energy operation and heat utilization. And the commission is in the process of rulemaking to adopt regulations implementing that new authority. As the commission is undertaking this rulemaking, it's in the state's interest that commissioners and staff develop our expertise on geothermal energy. And the Iceland Geothermal Conference is an internationally recognized event that brings together industry and policy leaders from all over the world. There was representation from over 50 countries at the conference. And few other places in the world other than Iceland can provide access to 6 geothermal power plants with different installations, different turbine setups, geothermal fields, new technology development, demonstrations of direct utilization, and opportunities for interaction with other industries like fuel cell technologies and carbon capture and sequestration. And so Colorado's delegation attended the conference. Members of the group presented at the conference. And part of our goal was to continue Colorado's work to significantly expand geothermal opportunities in support of the Western Governors Association Heat Beneath Our Feet initiative, which was led by Governor Polis, as well as implementing legislative direction from the Colorado legislature. Over the past several years, the legislature has laid the groundwork for expanding the use of geothermal energy in the state, and sessions at the conference were relevant to our implementation of multiple pieces of recent legislation, including Senate Bill 23-285, which I mentioned, but also House Bill 23-1252 on thermal energy networks and House Bill 23-1272 on state geothermal tax credits. Additionally, in May 2024, the Energy Office announced more than $7 million in grants through the Geothermal Energy Grant Program for 35 geothermal projects here in the state. And those awards are just scratching the surface for the potential for geothermal here in Colorado. And the participation in events like this conference are critical to the professional advancement for state staff, for the commissioners, and knowledge exchange with other jurisdictions, particularly as this commission develops regulations governing geothermal development. So the department was grateful to be able to join the commission in attending the conference and bring what we learned home to the benefit of the people of Colorado. I'll also note that if members of the public are interested in learning more about the conference and the activities of the commission and what we learned, commission staff are finalizing a report on the trip that will be posted on ECMC's website in the coming weeks so people can learn more about what we did. With that background, I'd like to open the floor to my fellow commissioners to share any reflections that they have from the trip and what they learned at the conference.
Thanks, Commissioner Ray, for that update. Commissioners with thoughts. Commissioner Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you for leading out on this topic, Commissioner Ray, and appreciate your summary and your insight. And I certainly had many takeaways from this conference and was really impacted by the level of expertise in geothermal that's out there throughout the world. You know, with a little background, as you mentioned, COGCC at the time was changed to ECMC back in the 2023 legislation and given stewardship over deep geothermal operations. And deep geothermal operations, the most common use of deep geothermal is to generate electricity, which we haven't done here in Colorado. And so at that time, I was assigned as the commission lead on geothermal. I've spent a lot of time and effort researching geothermal since then and getting up to speed on its applications. In the past year, we've put together a straw dog draft of regulations, done some stakeholder outreach, and we continue to prepare for a rulemaking later this year. As part of getting up to speed on geothermal, I learned that there are 27 countries in the world that produce electricity using geothermal resources. And I was surprised to learn that the US is the #1 producer of geothermal electricity worldwide in terms of total megawatts produced. As a matter of fact, the US is responsible for about a quarter, 25% of total world geothermal electricity production. So as such, it felt to me at that time, as a newcomer to the geothermal space, that we were doing pretty well. However, it's important to note that geothermal electricity only accounts for 0.4% of total electricity produced in the US, while other countries who are leaders in geothermal production are producing anywhere from 5% in Indonesia to 43% in Kenya of all of their electricity using geothermal resources. And it's also of note that while it seems the US is a leader in geothermal electricity production, approximately 90%, 95% of that production comes from California and Nevada, and much of it just from one facility in California. So before going to Iceland, I learned that there was quite a bit of opportunity in the space of geothermal electricity production for the US, and particularly here in Colorado. And what really hit me at the conference was how far we are behind the curve. I gained a lot of insight from projects throughout the world, many of which were presented, from long-functioning geothermal infrastructure programs, such as in Iceland, from expanding geothermal systems, such as those found in Paris and Poland, and even nascent geothermal efforts throughout the world, oftentimes in developing countries. To me, these global efforts set the stage for what can be accomplished on the geothermal front in Colorado, and there's much in front of us to do. Both from an energy efficiency standpoint and from the standpoint of the reduction of our energy carbon footprint. Many participants in the conference, it was attended by over 50 countries, were aware of Colorado's increased focus on geothermal. That caught me by surprise. There were many that reached out and interest in helping contribute to our progress here in Colorado. And I am very excited to see where the next few years can take us as we continue to move forward in geothermal.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Other commissioners with thoughts? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll piggyback a little bit on what Commissioner Ackerman said there. I think to me, I didn't also understand the depth in which other countries have really focused on the district heating and cooling aspect of it. And I think that that is definitely someplace that we as a state can go and help a lot of stakeholders with, and really help moving forward in the energy transition. I think from a conference perspective, I think one of the things that stuck out to me as well is that we made sure that each of the attendees went to all the different breakout sessions. We found a lot of interesting things everywhere from trying to compare the differences between oil and gas drilling and geothermal drilling, workover attempts as well. I thought was very interesting. And I think that's going to be very helpful as we move forward in our rulemaking to try and understand what kind of things we want to be an innovative company. Also try and make sure that we build off our geothermal exploration here in the state of Colorado. And one final note I think that stuck out, Commissioner Ackerman also noted some of the other countries with some of the district heating. Admittedly, my concern was, yeah, Iceland has a lot of heat beneath their feet compared to the state of Colorado. And so I kind of wondered how we would be able to compare with countries that have those kind of geothermal resources. But I think it's important to note that some of the largest increases that I noticed in terms of especially the district heating and cooling was from countries like Poland, where they actually have fewer geothermal resources than we do in Colorado. And so I think that stuck out to me as well. I thought it was very optimistic for our future in developing geothermal resources here. And I'm happy to talk with stakeholders in the future about some of the different things that we learned at the conference as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. Commissioner Oath?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would echo actually everything that has been said and really appreciate hearing from folks about their takeaways. Agree with all of that. Not a lot to add, but a couple of things that really stuck out to me. I too would highlight the value of the in-person, seeing with my own eyes the different types of geothermal resources, right? And how they can be employed in different types of settings, depending on either the resource or the density of the urban or rural environment, what have you. I think there's just nothing that can replace seeing that, hearing it, smelling the lack of smell, things like that. And kind of what we experience with other potential energy resources. Air capture system, in the world, as well as, you know, an injection point. And so it's just really fascinating to see a lot of these different new technologies employed together. I thought that was really helpful. I also, you know, really appreciated some of the presentations, as well as side conversations I was able to have with folks about their various experiences, if, you know, with different countries across the world utilizing this technology, about kind of have they experienced that they expected or didn't expect in terms of any potential public health impacts with the use of the technology. And in general, I kept probing of, you know, what should we be thinking about? What should, you know, we be keeping in mind? And just really appreciated those conversations, and just how promising of a technology this is in that regard, which I think is really important as well. And then another thing that I think struck me was some of the conversation about circular economy potentials, kind of some of the unintended consequences that can occur with the technology, and how you can then, you know, utilize them in other ways, to really be thinking holistically and kind of long term as we approach this here in Colorado. So thanks.
Thanks for that. I don't know how much more I can add. I mean, certainly different commissioners have shared a lot of the things that I experienced as well. And, you know, as Commissioner Ray indicated, when the state legislature granted ECMC that new authority to regulate deep geothermal development, amongst other things, I certainly was very excited about it, but it was a technology that I knew very little about. And so over the last year, you know, I've tried to personally take a lot of steps to learn as much as I could about the technology and the topic, as I'm being asked to both review rules and develop policies about the technology. And while listening to different seminars and talks, or chatting with professionals and reading research has taught me a lot, I was still struggling to fully grasp the scale, the different land use considerations that needed to be contemplated as part of a rulemaking around it, and the technology itself, as I had only seen facilities in reports, in videos, and different pictures. And so for me, my biggest takeaway, beyond what other commissioners have indicated, is the opportunity to not only see a facility, but to see multiple facilities in multiple settings, and to really understand what the land use implications of geothermal development was. And to me, that's just essential. You know, I think about when I started as a commissioner and needed to better and fully understand the land use implications associated with oil and gas development. I had lots of opportunities in Colorado to be able to go out and visit sites and learn technologies and learn siting of oil and gas, but that is not available for geothermal in Colorado. And so having this opportunity in one place to have so many different facilities that I was able to visit, and having the ability to talk with folks about the technology in the field, where I'm able to ask questions and learn more about the different parts and pieces of the different sites, really created a knowledge base that I could not have gotten, I don't think, anywhere else, and certainly wasn't able to get in my previous research. So that was really important to me. And then hearing presentations around the world on siting, environmental considerations, regulatory processes, and operations, again, created a depth of understanding that I just don't think I could have gotten anywhere else. It's really hard to write regulations about a technology without seeing the scale of facility, the odors, the sounds, the visual impacts, you know, the access roads, the emissions, the water use, the siting footprint, the accessory equipment, you know, all the elements that I feel like I need to understand in order to be able to develop a regulatory land use process around geothermal development. And feel really grateful I had the opportunity to go on the conference, to go to Iceland, to the conference, and to the different site visits in order to be able to build that knowledge. So really appreciative of that. Anyone else with thoughts? Great. With that, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. Does anyone have questions on the consent agenda, or would anyone like to make a motion?
Move for approval of the consent.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda has passed. In addition, I want to highlight that in our packets is a conditional approval for a conditional administrative approval for a stratigraphic well. This is a new process to ECMC, and this is the first one we've seen in our packets. And so I want to take a moment and introduce AAG Davenport to talk with us a little bit about what our responsibilities are for administrative approvals coming for stratigraphic under our stratigraphic rules as they are introduced to our packet. So AAG Davenport.
Thanks, Chair. Commission, I wanted to briefly address the process. This is similar to other recommended orders in regard to your involvement, but in brief, as as Chairman Messner has already noted, you have a director's conditional approval on a stratigraphic test well. And as that conditional approval notes, the process and review is pursuant to Standing Order 1-326. Last year, the Commission, after reviewing some variance applications in regard to stratigraphic well applications, approved a modified review and approval process for permits to drill stratigraphic wells. That process was memorialized in the order that's referenced in the Director's Conditional Approval 1-326. In brief, that process sets forth a more limited requirement for applications and review than is normal in the standard oil and gas development OGDP process. That order lays out what information is required to be submitted in a stratigraphic well application, and then also provides that this is largely, unless the Commission gets directly involved, an administrative review process. The director may, under that order, issue a conditional approval of the permit application. It's called conditional because the Commission may still stay that application. What the order provides is that the conditional approval of the director will become final unless the Commission stays it. So today, you certainly have an opportunity to ask questions to determine if you need to get more heavily involved in this process. But like some of our other recommended orders, unless you take action as a Commission to stay the director's conditional approval, it will become final. You do not need to approve it today. Your only decision point is whether or not to stay it for further consideration by the Commission.
Thank you, AAG Davenport. That's super helpful for a new process for us, and certainly one that we've contemplated as we approved the process in the previous Commission hearing. So unless there's any questions, no action needs to be taken here unless folks want to have additional information. But this was more an opportunity to allow AAG Davenport to share the process with us. But Commissioner Ackerman, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put out one clarification. We use the term stratigraphic well, and people might be concerned that we didn't have a more of a Commission review for a stratigraphic well. A stratigraphic well is a well drilled for stratigraphic information only, which means it's intended to take a look at what the geology of the subsurface layers look like. It's not intended to produce oil or gas or serve any other purpose. And so it's essentially a snapshot of what the rock layers look like in any given area. As such, it has a bit of a less stringent approval process for a number of because it's lacking a lot of the practices that may cause concern in a regular oil and gas well. And so I just wanted to make that statement and help people understand what a stratigraphic well is. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. With that, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is docket number 231200374, which is an oil and gas development plan called the Raton OGDP. Maybe we'll take a 5-minute break and allow the panelists to be moved to the panel, which will include representative from the city of Evans, Mr. Maxey from Weld County, as well as any witnesses from PDC. So with that, we'll take a 5-minute break and meet back here at 9:37. I think first up on the agenda, we'll do Mr. Maxey, who's the director and local government designee from Weld County, who is going to share the local government perspective on this application. So Mr. Maxey, when you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Mester. Appreciate that. And good morning, commissioners and staff and everybody online. First off, Karen, congratulations. Commissioner McGowan, congratulations. We'll miss you. It's been good working with you, and best of luck in your new position. I know you'll do well. So thank you. Good morning, commissioners. And we always appreciate the opportunity to speak for a few minutes about the Weld County 1041 WOGLA process and some of the important factors that played into our review of the items before you, in this case, PDC's Raton OGDP. 2A comments were submitted to the ECMC for all 3 locations, which make up the Raton OGDP. We submitted those comments on May 2nd, and they are all attached as part of your director's recommendation. The Raton OGDP locations are part of PDC Energy's Quinella CDP, which was approved by Weld County in November of 2022. Weld County, as you know, our opinion is CAPs and CDPs are good planning tools. From our perspective, we like them because they allow us to gain further insight into future development plans for a large area instead of just a 1 or a 2 off WOGLA in our case. And we're able to consider that full development area when looking at cumulative impacts, infrastructure items, et cetera. They also create a public record of full phase, more comprehensive development, which helps to prevent future land use conflicts in the county. So we like them for those reasons. Once the overall CDP, along with siting of the specific locations within the CDP, have been approved through Weld County and our 1041 hearing process, the operator is still required to submit site-specific 1041 WOGLA information detailing elements specific to the individual locations within the CDP. These are intentionally submitted closer to the time of construction to avoid the need for multiple sundries as technology advances over the years. Construction of the oil and gas location authorized by the CDP will not and shall not commence until the oil and gas staff with Weld County has issued a determination that based on the site-specific information submitted, the oil and gas location and the BMPs contained within are consistent with not only the information provided in the overall CDP application, but that they are also compliant with the requirements of the Weld County Code. Site-specific conditions of approval, or we call them COAs, may be included within our individual determinations when necessitated by changes in the code or the surrounding land use. As long as the site-specific 1041 WOGLA does not introduce any significant changes to a location, such as moving a location or expanding the surface disturbance or increasing the amount of wells on a location that was approved under the CDP, then the site-specific details can be approved through an administrative process through our department. So 2 of the individual oil and gas locations within the Raton OGDP are sited within unincorporated Weld County. The first one is the Capital 1-8 location. That has completed the Weld County process and was permitted, administratively approved, and published in the Greeley Tribune on May 4th, 2024. The Blackburn Federal 4 North 66 West 1-16 location has completed the Weld County process and was permitted, administratively approved, and published in the Greeley Tribune on May 17th, 2024. The publication of each of these locations has established a vested property right. Now, the third location is the Oxford 4 North 66 West 3 1-16, which is within the municipal boundaries of the city of Evans. And I heard Chairman Messner mention the fact that the city of Evans may have a representative that might join us online as well. If not, we encourage them to listen into the testimony because before getting into the primary comments, it's important to note that there is a partnership between Weld County and the city of Evans. We have entered into an intergovernmental agreement, or IGA, which stipulates that the Weld County Oil and Gas Energy Department will assist the city with oil and gas permitting. This IGA was signed by Weld County and the city and became effective on April 18th of 2022. The city took similar steps to what Weld County did back in 2019. What they did was designate the incorporated areas of the city as an oil and gas mineral resource area and activity of state interest under 1041 regulations. This designation was followed by adoption of code, which was basically a copy of Weld County's code and process. Therefore, the Weld County Oil and Gas Energy Department assisted the city with review and processing of the Oxford location. The administrative approval for the Oxford location has been sent to the city of Evans and is currently awaiting ratification by their Evans City Council, which is a part of our IGA with them. This matter is on their agenda for consideration by the City Council on July 2nd, 2024, so that's upcoming. With all that being said, Weld County has no concerns with the pending ECMC OGDP in front of you, and we would support approval of that OGDP. Be happy to answer any questions you might have regarding our review of the 3 locations that you all are considering today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maxey. Commissioners, are there questions for Weld County or Mr. Maxey? Seeing none, appreciate your participation today. I think we have a representative from the city of Evans. Mr. Thomas, have you identified that person?
Yes, Cody Sims is on the panel. Cody will just need to visualize and unmute and to be able to speak.
Mr. Sims, welcome, and certainly interested in hearing the City of Evans perspective on the OGDP that is in front of us today.
Certainly. Well, good morning, Chairman Messner and Commissioners. My name is Cody Sims, and I'm the City Manager for the City of Evans. I hope this is coming across all right. I've been having internet stability issues this morning, so if I need to provide any written statements, I can certainly do that. I've been in regular communication with Chevron Energy for the past several months regarding this project. Natalie Svensson has kept me fully informed with the details of this particular project. And this communication has really made it possible for me to coordinate with my internal team, engineering, police, community development, planning, public works, communications, really the full group of folks, as well as the Evans Fire Protection District. And this has all allowed me to really keep the city council apprised of what is going on and what to expect potentially here in the near future. So I have not received any negative feedback internally. My team has been doing what they need to do to plan for this project. I am planning a bigger work session discussion with the city council, so they are fully informed of everything that is planned before this project takes place. Because I also know that once this project starts, the public's going to call and the public is going to have a lot of questions, and so I want to make sure that we're able to communicate what this project is, what this plan is, so the public is not left in the dark. And so to this point, all my communications have been very positive with Chevron, and I appreciate the detail that they have provided me through this. Certainly, we are we are and will continue to work with Weld County on all permitting as it pertains to the project to make sure that everything meets the regulatory requirements for this project to be able to move forward. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sims, for providing that perspective. Commissioners, are there any questions for the City of Evans? I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you for your participation and your perspective. With that, Ms. Wazelinski, I think we'll swear in witnesses. So AAG Mercer, if you'd like to appear, and Ms. Wazelinski, if you want to bring or have anyone who needs to be sworn in appear, we'll start that process.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have our full panel here from PDC, and it looks like everyone's coming on video. So I think we're ready to be sworn in.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the panelists. I will go one by one and just ask that you each raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. I'll begin with Mr. Sheehan. You could state your name, please, and that you swear to tell the truth.
Corey Sheehan, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Waters?
Tammy Waters, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Keller?
Michael Keller, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Manning?
Marcus Manning, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Holbert?
Taylor Holbert, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Myers?
Kyle Myers, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. DeRose?
Brian DeRose, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. And last but not least, Ms. Svensson.
Natalie Svensson, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you very much, panelists. You are now sworn in.
Ms. Wazelinski, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have a PowerPoint, so we'll bring that up and then I will get started. Okay. Well, good morning, Commissioners. Again, my name's Kelsey Wazelinski with Jost Energy Law. And with Jamie Jost, we represent PDC Energy in the Raton OGDP before you today in docket 2312-00374. Before I begin, on behalf of Jost Energy Law and PDC Chevron, Jamie and I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Commissioner McGowan for your dedicated service on the commission. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you. You'll be missed, and we wish you well in your role with the City of Denver. We'd also like to thank Mr. Maxey and Mr. Sims for their comments this morning on behalf of Weld County and the City of Evans, and for their participation through the local permitting process and support of the locations subject to this OGDP. And we'd also like to thank ECMC staff and the director for their efforts on this OGDP and the Gwinnett CAP. Next slide. I'll take just a few minutes to summarize the Raton OGDP and requested relief before I turn it over to the PDC team. The Raton OGDP proposes 3 new multi-well pads for the Blackburn Federal location, the Capitol location, and the Oxford location. These 3 locations will develop a total of 40 new horizontal wells within 6 proposed drilling and spacing units, totaling approximately 4,255.9 OGDP acres for the Niobrara, Fort Hays, Codell, and Carlisle formations. The 3 oil and gas locations subject to this OGDP are within the Gwinnett Comprehensive Area Plan, which was approved by the Commission on December 8th, 2022, via Order 407-3416, and were granted preliminary siting approval. All 3 proposed surface locations have an executed surface use agreement and a WOGLA CDP, which was approved and recorded in November of 2022. As mentioned by Mr. Maxey and Mr. Sims, the Blackburn and Capitol locations have site-specific approval from Weld County, and the Oxford location is located within the City of Evans, with staff approval of the site-specific permit from Evans and Weld in May of 2024, and final consideration scheduled for July. The Raton OGDP provides an opportunity to plug and reclaim 48 legacy wells, which would result in 31.8 acres returned to the community and an estimated 20.2 tons per year of VOC decrease. The review of the Raton OGDP falls under Rule 604B2, which provides an exception to the 2,000-foot setback established by Rule 604B when the Commission approves preliminary siting in a CAP. As the team will detail today, there are 31 residential building units within 2,000 feet of the Blackburn Federal Pad, 20 RBUs within 2,000 feet of the Capitol Pad, and 3 RBUs within 2,000 feet of the Oxford Pad. The team will describe the extensive notice and engagement with all surrounding residents as part of the Guanella CAP and this OGDP in the presentation today. Pursuant to Rule 314B5B, PDC was not required to submit a duplicative ALA for each Form 2A. However, the team here today will describe the alternative location analysis and protective BMP commitments to avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential adverse impacts. These commitments include a commitment to an electrified drilling rig and an electrified production facility, the use of tankless hydrocarbon storage, the use of Group 3 mud, and oil, gas, and water takeaway via pipeline. In addition, PDC will describe the offset acreage compensatory mitigation plan for the Oxford location in the committed BMPs that will protect the mule deer HPH at this location. And finally, PDC complied with all notice requirements for this OGDP. One public comment was submitted in support of the OGDP, and no petitions were filed. And before I turn it over to PDC, I would like to address a commissioner question we received yesterday regarding why several of the locations have multiple wells being drilled in a DSU next to one well in a wellbore spacing unit. And for the Raton OGDP, the use of wellbore spacing units captures mineral interests on the boundaries of the requested drilling and spacing units to prevent waste and protect correlative rights. The requested wellbore spacing units adhere to the ECMC definition of a WSU, which states that wellbore spacing unit means a drilling and spacing unit for a single well where the unit overlaps at least one existing drilling and spacing unit or wellbore spacing unit. For the Raton OGDP, each of the 4 requested wellbore spacing units overlaps one of the proposed drilling and spacing units. To capture the proposed Raton boundary minerals, it is more protective of correlative rights and prevents waste to develop these through single wellbore spacing units than through larger DSUs. And there are several subject matter experts on the hearing today who will be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the proposed spacing. And so with that, I will turn it over to Corey Sheehan.
Thanks, Kelsey, and good morning, commissioners. My name is Corey Sheehan, Surface Land Representative at Chevron. I wanted to begin by providing a general overview of the Guanella CAP to refresh our memories on the key highlights of the Comprehensive Area Plan. The Guanella CAP is a 52 square mile development plan designed to develop 33,427 mineral acres. It consists of 22 surface locations with up to 466 new horizontal wells. This comprehensive area plan provides the opportunity to plug and reclaim 576 legacy wells. PDC Energy obtained preliminary siting approval for the Guanella CAP on December 8th of 2022. Next slide, please. I'd now like to dive into some of the surface location highlights to the locations within the Raton OGDP. On this slide, we'll discuss some of the highlights for the 3 locations, which both PDC and Weld County have deemed to be the preferred and least potentially impactful locations in which to develop the Raton OGDP. PDC has obtained SUAs for all 3 locations within this OGDP. PDC has also obtained an approved WOGLIS CDP for all 3 locations. There has been no land use changes to these locations since preliminary siting approval was granted. Combined, these 3 locations will consist of 49.5 temporarily disturbed acres, being reduced down to 25.2 total acres during the production phase. In conjunction with this development, there are 48 existing wells available to plug and reclaim, with the potential to reclaim or restore approximately 60 acres back to its natural state. With regard to the legacy PDC wells that are planned to be plugged and reclaimed as part of this development plan, we estimate a VOC reduction of 20.2 tons per year. PDC has committed to providing a Form 4 sundry prior to completion of the first well within the Raton OGDP in order to provide a final schedule and list of wells to be plugged and reclaimed, as well as data regarding the emissions reductions that will result from decommissioning these wells. The last highlight I'll note in regards to the 3 locations within the Raton OGDP is that all 3 locations are located over 1 mile from any schools, childcare centers, designated outdoor activity areas, as well as any public or surface water supply areas. Next slide, please. 1 well in the 240-acre Oxford South WSU. And lastly, at the Capitol location, PDC is planning 8 total wells, 7 wells in the 2,500-acre Blackburn Capitol DSU, and 1 well in the 360-acre Capitol WSU. Next slide, please. Here we outline our current operational timeline for the Raton OGDP. As you'll see, the construction phases of the Blackburn and Oxford locations are planned for Q4 of this year, with Capitol planned for construction in Q1 of 2025. Drilling of all 3 locations is planned to commence and be completed in Q1 of 2025, and PDC plans to complete all 3 locations by Q4 of 2026. Next slide, please. The next 3 slides provide high-level siting requirements for the 3 specific surface locations within the Raton OGDP, all 3 of which received preliminary siting approval through the approval of the Guanella CAP. We'll first look at the Blackburn location and discuss the siting requirements surrounding it. The Blackburn federal location has 31 RBUs within 2,000 feet of the location, with 27 of these RBUs being over 1,500 feet from the proposed site. PDC completed extensive community outreach to these RBUs in order to ensure all RBU tenants and owners were informed and engaged throughout the permitting process. In addition to mailouts, neighborhood meetings, and virtual meetings, PDC also conducted door-to-door outreach with these RBUs, with supplemental door-to-door outreach conducted just this past week to ensure every resident was informed of the proposed operations at the Blackburn federal location. The Blackburn federal location itself is located outside of any designated DIC or disproportionately impacted community. However, there are RBUs within a DIC located within 2,000 feet of the location. PDC offered additional outreach to these RBUs, which included bilingual forms of communication. Next slide, please. We'll now look at the Capitol location and the siting requirements around the proposed pad. Again, as was approved on May 1st of 2024, PDC was successful in working with the landowner of the proposed location as well as Weld County to redesign the access point to this location after concerns were raised at the pre-application meeting regarding its proximity to an existing RBU, a testament to PDC's continued efforts to mitigate potential impacts to public health, safety, welfare, and environment and wildlife resources. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the Oxford pad, the 3rd and final location of the 3 within the Raton OGDP. The Oxford pad has 3 RBUs located within 2,000 feet of the location, 1 RBU within 1,000 to 1,500 feet, and 2 RBUs within 1,500 to 2,000 feet. As with all locations within the CAP, these RBUs have received and will continue to receive extensive outreach in regards to our future planned operations. I believe it's important to point out the fact that this location looks a lot different today than it did 4 years ago. Through PDC's consolidation efforts, as well as input received at the Weld County pre-application meeting from the CPW, PDC relocated the production facility for the Oxford location to be adjacent to the well pad and outside of designated floodplain areas. While the location is upgradient from a mapped riverine, the drainage plan associated with this site has been designed to mitigate any potential impacts to this riverine. This location was located outside of HPH when initially designed. However, with the recent HPH updates, this location does fall within the mule deer severe winter range and winter concentration area. PDC requested a 1202A3 waiver from CPW that was approved on May 1st of 2024. We will further discuss the HPH associated with the Oxford pad and the mitigation plan to address it later in our presentation. Next slide, please. Before I walk through our alternate location analysis, I wanted to provide a quick overview of Rule 314B on preliminary siting. As you review the Form 2As contained in the Raton OGDP, there have been no changes in land use between the date the Guanella CAP was approved and today's hearing date. PDC provided notice to every resident who lives in close proximity to the proposed oil and gas locations within the CAP and provided opportunity for such residents to fully engage in the Commission's procedure for reviewing and approving or denying the CAP. And finally, while PDC was not required to submit a duplicative alternate location analysis for the 3 Form 2As, PDC did analyze 22 potential locations 3 of which make up the Raton OGDP. Next slide, please. In order to fully appreciate the ALA process that was utilized to select the 3 locations we're looking at today, it's important to first look at a little bit of the history or evolution of the overall Guanella CAP, in which the Raton OGDP is a part of. As recently outlined in our Guanella CAP hearing in December of 2022, the birth of the Guanella CAP began as early as January of 2019, formerly known as the Mountain View CDP. There have been countless consultations with stakeholders, surface owners, residential building unit owners, community leaders, local government representatives, ECMC, Weld County, CDPHE, and CPW that have all shaped this robust comprehensive area plan. As you'll note from the timeline on your screen, this project picked up more steam in January of 2021, with new consultations, meeting with staff, and engagements from the community. Under new guidance from SB 181, PDC designed a comprehensive area plan that was best fit for public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. This was recognized by PDC's successful community meetings, approval from Weld County in November of 2022, and approval by ECMC in December of 2022. The implementation of the alternate location analysis was one of the many items that molded the Guanella CAP. In fact, the implementation of SB 181, Weld County code revisions, consultation feedback, combined with new drilling and completion technologies, allowed PDC to make wholesale changes during the application process by reducing the overall surface location count from a total of 33 surface locations planned to develop 24,000 mineral acres with approximately 373 RBUs within 2,000 feet to just 22 surface locations, now plan to develop 33,427 mineral acres with only 149 RBUs within 2,000 feet of all 22 locations. Overall, reducing the surface locations by 11, increasing the allowable mineral acres to be developed by 9,000, and further reducing residential building units within 2,000 feet by 224. Next slide, please. Now for a little bit more in regards to the ALA associated with the Raton OGDP that geographically is located in the southeastern portion of the Guanella CAP. As previously mentioned, the Raton OGDP is planned to develop approximately 4,255 mineral acres from just 3 surface locations. In total, PDC evaluated 22 potential locations and had identified the proposed Blackburn, Capitol, and Oxford locations as the preferred and least potentially impactful locations in which to develop this mineral acreage. These sites were specifically selected due to them having the least amount of receptors in comparison to the 19 other alternates assessed, providing minimal impacts to current and future planned land use, and overall being best situated to protect public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. As with all of PDC's surface locations, considerations when conducting our site selection or ALA process include but are not limited to proximity to building units, operational feasibility, does the location meet the standards of our site-by-site risk assessment for development, impact to future land use, will this site have negative impacts on future development,
Did Mr. Sheehan freeze for just me or everyone else?
Me as well.
Thank you, me as well. I think the office is having some internet issues, so maybe we'll just give it a minute and see if this resolves itself and Mr. Sheehan can start where he left off.
Sure.
Looks like he may need to rejoin the meeting. There you
Yep,
go.
sorry, I was disconnected.
No problem. Do you, Corey, do you want to start, maybe back up just a little bit?
Yeah, I believe it was somewhere near the access to location, which is another one of our considerations included in our ALA process. Does PDC believe we can construct or utilize an existing access that is safe with minimal impacts not only to the surface owner, but the surrounding community as well? Surface owner negotiation. PDC wants to be a partner with our landowners or stakeholders, and these proposed locations have to be locations that not only work for PDC, but work for the surface owner as well. Geology. Does the subsurface structure formations complement the surface location in which to safely and adequately develop hydrocarbons? And last but not least, consolidation, a consideration that is evidenced quite clearly through the evolution of the Oxford location as we see it today. This is a location that was originally planned as 2 separate well pads and 2 separate production facilities. However, through our continued efforts to mitigate impacts, as well as continued advancements of our operational capabilities, PDC was successful in consolidating the surface footprint for the Oxford location to a single surface location. Next slide, please. As briefly mentioned earlier, PDC worked hand in hand with local governments throughout the years on the Guanella CAP, which includes the Raton OGDP locations. There were many submittals, design changes, and collaborations that ultimately led to Weld County approving the Guanella CDP on November 21st of 2022. This slide outlines some of the additional milestones that these locations have reached since then, with the Capitol and Blackburn location receiving site-specific WOGLA approval on May 2nd and May 15th of this year, and the Oxford location, in which City of Evans is the relevant local government for, receiving EOGLA staff approval on May 22nd of this year. And with that, I will hand it over to Natalie Svensson to provide details on the robust community outreach efforts for the Guanella CAP, and which included the Raton OGDP.
Thanks, Corey. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Natalie Svensson, and I support Chevron's community engagement for the Guanella CAP. As you heard during our CAP hearing on December 22nd, as well as earlier today from Corey, community outreach has been ongoing for many years during the planning stages of this development. Our team has been intentional about providing multiple opportunities for residents to directly engage with us since 2019. Specifically, during permitting, RBUs within 2,000 feet received invitations for at least 5 and possibly 6 community meetings, as well as approximately 4 individual door knock attempts for each home, as well as, and everyone within the entire CAP boundary, including the Raton, have been invited to 4 virtual and in-person community meetings. Since approval in December 2022, engagement has been ongoing to include 3 informational status update meetings with the opportunity to ask questions, recent door knocks on RBUs within 2,000 feet, and any regulatorily required mailings. We have also maintained our Guanella CAP website and 24/7 call line for questions or concerns since 2022, and we'll be continuing those practices as well, including our biannual community meetings through the life of the Guanella CAP. So now I'll turn it over to Michael Keller for more information on high priority habitat for the Raton OGDP.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank you to the commission. My name is Michael Keller. I'm an environmental specialist supporting the Raton OGDP. I just want to start out with just saying that PDC is extremely appreciative to Colorado Parks and Wildlife for the opportunity to present the Raton OGDP as our first development to utilize Colorado Parks and Wildlife endorsed high priority habitat acreage offset program as mitigation to the Oxford pad development, which has been mentioned is in mule deer high priority habitat. This first slide just provides a short overview of the wildlife protection practices in support of the project. Obviously, with the application, a wildlife mitigation plan was submitted with the Oxford pad application, and then wildlife protection plans for the Blackburn Federal and Capitol pads, both of those outside of HPH. All of these plans commit to establish best management practices per Rule 1201B2, along with multiple operator committed BMPs that are always standard to PDC's development program. They're listed here. And then at the bottom, there are additional site-specific BMPs for mule deer HPH. I won't go through each of these, but just wanted you to know that these are commitments. Next slide, please. So just as a quick overview of high priority habitat specific to the Oxford pad, the pad intersects 2 mapped HPHs, has been mentioned. Mule deer severe winter range covers the entire pad, and mule deer winter concentration area covers the extreme western edge of the pad. Approximately 21.5 acres will be disturbed for construction of the Oxford pad, and then 11.5 acres of long-term disturbance will remain following interim reclamation. As has been mentioned, PDC has implemented an offset acreage mitigation plan as compensatory mitigation to development of the Oxford pad within HPH. PDC commits to schedule all construction activities for the Oxford pad outside of the protective timing stipulations for mule deer between May 1st and November 31st. And then subsequent drilling and completion activities will be mitigated through the installation of a full wrap sound wall to protect should these activities be during the mule deer timing stipulations. Next slide, please. So just to touch on the actual wildlife mitigation plan that is in place now. This plan was reviewed and approved by Colorado Parks and Wildlife, specifically approved and endorsed by the Northeast Regional Manager. It constitutes regulatory approval authority for Westervelt Ecological Services. They will be the surface custodian to provide mitigation offset acreage that satisfies Rule 1202D. So in tandem with that, PDC and Westervelt executed a mitigation services agreement. So the details of that are that 40.2 acres of mule deer HPH mitigation rights will be available. The proposed acreage will offset long-term disturbance at a 1-to-1 ratio for up to 6 proposed locations within mule deer high priority habitat. That includes 6 pads, including this Oxford pad, all within the Guanella cap, and they have had preliminary siting approval, obviously, through the cap. Westervelt, again, will be the surface custodian. They will perform habitat restoration and rehabilitation activities, project management, reporting management, all in the protection for mule deer winter and severe winter range habitat for 3 additive parcels within or adjacent to the Big Thompson Confluence Mitigation Bank, which I'll show you here shortly. The Oxford 1-16 multipad will account for, again, 11.5 acres of long-term disturbance, leaving about 28.7 acres for the remaining 5 pads. Next slide, please. Here's a view of the Big Thompson Confluence Mitigation Bank. You can see the existing bank in green. It is along the confluence of the Big Thompson River and the South Platte River, sensitive riparian corridor. It's excellent winter range habitat. The additive properties are shown in orange, sites 1, 2, and 3. And this offset acreage will provide, will supplement an existing 78-acre mitigation bank by the inclusion, like I said, of an additional 40 acres. CPW has been involved in this from day one as far as the site selection, and endorses this site. Baseline observations at the location confirm the presence of significant mule deer individuals, supportive habitat and vegetation. It's a lowland riparian ecosystem that comprises all the necessary features for mule deer to survive winter months. The habitat rehab and restoration of the proposed mitigation sites will convert these areas that are currently they have a lower habitat value right now because there is some existing development and disturbances on them. But the expectation is that within 3 years, 60% of native vegetative cover will be restored at these 3 sites. Obviously, the program will utilize CPW recommended seed mix for mule deer habitat. There are 2 existing well facilities in site 1. Those will be decommissioned and reclaimed. And then all the work progress from interim monitoring, which is for a duration of 3 years, and then through final stewardship monitoring, which is 27 years. It's a long program, will be shared with CPW throughout this timeline. And I need to touch on, so administrative protection for this site is via a 30-year deed restriction. These 3 properties are owned by a single landowner. They will retain ownership. They have given Westervelt Ecological Services surface custodial rights. So they will drive all of the rehabilitation and restoration components for this for up to a 30-year period. And that will easily cover the life of this Oxford pad and its wells, as well as the 5 other pads under the Guanella cap. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. So just to inform the commission that ECMC and CPW reached out to PDC and requested kind of a final consultation on the Raton OGDP. The offset mitigation program was newly approved. So within the last couple of months. So obviously the wildlife mitigation plan submitted much earlier did not include all the detail for this offset program. So both agencies asked us to submit a technical memorandum and then to update the wildlife mitigation plan associated with the Oxford pad. So all of that has been updated in the administrative record and is current with this offset program. So that's all I have right now, and I will pass it off to Tammy Waters, and thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tammy Waters, and I'm a permitting coordinator for PDC Energy. I will be reviewing our best management practices and CDPHE commitments for the Raton OGDP. To minimize odor and air quality impacts, PDC will utilize a tankless hydrocarbon storage design, an electrified drilling rig, and also electrified production facility. We will use Group 3 drilling mud to reduce odor, and drill cuttings will not be stockpiled on location. To reduce truck traffic and emissions, we will install pipeline infrastructure for oil, gas, and produced water takeaway. And we will have automation on the new wells that allows for remote monitoring. Next slide. PDC will minimize light and sound impacts by installing temporary sound walls during drilling and completions and utilizing a quiet frac fleet. While the primary purpose of sound walls is to reduce drilling and completions noise, they also serve to contain artificial lighting within the walls. Light fixtures will be installed inside the sound walls and be pointed downward during pre-production activities. During the production phase, permanent sound walls will be installed to minimize long-term potential noise impacts for receptors, and we will not have permanent lighting on the location. Next slide. PDC's tankless approach and spill prevention measures combined with the engineered drainage designs minimizes potential impacts to water and land. We will also utilize totes with built-in secondary containment and complete routine audio, visual, and olfactory inspections. Next slide. Automation towers installed on the locations provide for 24-hour monitoring via our field monitoring room. This also allows for advanced leak detection by utilizing the fixed infrared cameras that are able to detect leaks, smoke, and fire. The automation towers also provide remote shut-in capability and site security. A guard shack will be posted at the access road entrance to monitor all traffic in and out of the location. Next slide. PDC's air monitoring program is completed in accordance with the Air Quality Control Commission's regulations. 3 to 5 air monitors, similar to the one you see on this slide, will be deployed during drilling completions and the first 6 months of the production phase. The objective of this program is to detect, evaluate, and reduce hazardous air pollutants and ozone emissions. Next slide. PDC consulted with the CDPHE on the Guanella cap in September of 2022, and then for the Raton OGDP in April of this year. We agreed to the CDPHE's BMPs on April 9th, 2024. Some of the BMPs include electrified drilling rigs, Tier 4 or equivalent hydraulic fracturing fleets, and additional ozone action day commitments. We will reduce ozone emissions by minimizing vehicle and engine idling and reducing truck traffic. PDC commits to continue to evaluate and reduce air emissions from their operations as we develop these locations. I'll now hand the presentation back over to Kelsey for our conclusion.
Thank you, Tammy. So to conclude, PDC has guaranteed that vigorous operational protections will be in place to ensure avoidance, minimization, and mitigation of adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, while developing 4,240 acres of minerals from the 3 proposed pad locations. Again, these practices include a tankless hydrocarbon facility, oil, gas, and water takeaway, a commitment to utilize an electrified drilling rig, an electrified production facility, sound walls, daily inspections at production facilities, 24/7 remote monitoring, remote shut-in capability, and most importantly, ensuring a true net benefit of land back to the community. Next slide. This slide shows the relief requested for this OGDP. Thank you for your time today. This does conclude our presentation. We can take the PowerPoint down, and the team is now open for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the information provided to us. Commissioners, do you have questions? Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to cover a couple quick questions. First off, am I right in remembering that the Blackburn site was planned to be early in the CAP process, in part because LaSalle was hoping to do some future development there?
Tammy, do you want to answer that one?
Sure, thank you for that question. Yes, that is correct, that we did initially plan to have the Blackburn location into production much earlier than what it is planned now. But we have been in constant consultation with the town of LaSalle as recently as a month ago, and we've been updating on them on our new revised timelines. The subdivision that they were mainly concerned about is still up for sale, and they do not have any development proposals in review at the town of LaSalle currently.
Okay, perfect. That's helpful. And I guess this is probably for Mr. Keller. To confirm that the Oxford location is on the edge of that mule deer high priority habitat, is that correct?
Commissioner Cross, yes, that is correct. It's on the extreme edge of it.
And then I think my only other question, and this is more for the benefit of everybody listening in, as we have quite a few today as well. Can you go over the scheduling a little bit more and go through the break between the construction and drilling and then the fracking?
Our current scheduling has construction for this OGDP in the 4th quarter of this year. So it would be in October, November of 2024. And as we committed, staying outside of the December 1st mule deer timing stipulation. And then at this point, drilling is scheduled for the 1st quarter of 2025, and then well completions would be delayed till the 2nd through 3rd quarter of 2026, as shown here.
And could you go over a little bit why you have the delay in the 2nd and 3rd quarter of 2025?
It's mostly a logistical issue. Our frac crews are, it's just there's a natural delay between drilling and completions. As much as we would like to piggyback those, logistically that is not what happens. So there is a kind of a natural delay to well completions.
Okay, and I know this is something that Commissioner McGowan often covers, but for those nearby, they do know that there is going to be that break, correct? They're not going to think that once the drilling rig leaves that everything's going to be done.
That is correct. And we have agreed to provide multiple move-in rig-up notices to the neighborhoods so that they'll be informed when drilling starts and when completion starts.
Okay. That's my only questions. Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I neglected, and I almost always ask when you all are also P and A-ing wells, kind of as an offset to what we're drilling. Could you tell me if any of the legacy wells that are being planned to be P&A'd, are some of those within 2,000 feet of RBUs or high occupancy building units?
I think logistically, I'd have to take a look at the map on that. I don't have the information right off my hand, but we can get that for you and circle back with that.
Thanks. Normally in these areas where we already have a lot of oil and gas activity, I find that it's interesting to see that's what's being plugged might also be even closer to RBUs than what's being proposed. And I apologize. I forgot to ask. I almost always do. I'm losing my touch.
Yeah, Commissioner, I can add to that a little bit just from our experience in the field that we definitely have some substantial existing wells that we know will be plugged that are legacy PDC wells. One specifically up near town of Evans that's situated near a dog park, not necessarily a residential RBU, but still a receptor that we'd like to eliminate from that existing site. And then just in our outreach efforts going door to door, we noticed several legacy PDC locations near some of the neighborhoods near the Blackburn and Capitol locations that will anticipate to be plugged and reclaimed as part of this development. The exact number I don't believe we have at hand that are close to RBUs. Just that total number of legacy PDC wells that are planned to be plugged.
Thanks. Moving forward, and we're not done with this, Cap. I think that would be helpful information to have for commissioners, knowing that I won't be here to be able to influence it, but it would be helpful to have. I'm also just wondering if we could confirm, and I appreciated this BMP for the Blackburn. Even we have a elementary school that's not within 2,000 feet, but within a mile. And I think there's a commitment to do completions on non-school days where we see significant emissions. And I was appreciative of that. And I just wanted to clarify that that's still a commitment.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner McGowan. I can confirm that was in the CDPHE letter and consultation and commitments.
Great, thank you.
Other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my questions predictably revolve around the HPH associated with the Oxford pad. And I also have a question or a clarifying request from CPW, Mr. Chair, just for your info that I'd like to ask after the questions to the operator at your discretion. I appreciate the Mr. Keller spending time discussing the HPH offset program. Thank you for doing that. It's a different approach than we regularly see. And I very much appreciate PDC and CPW contemplating this as an effective mitigation strategy. I think it is. And I look forward to future analysis of the efficacy of that approach and hope that we have an opportunity to revisit and see how things are going over time as we continue to propose this approach associated with pads in this cap. I noted that in the application, as was noted also during the presentation today, construction was committed to take place outside of the timing limitations between the timing limitations that occur between December 1st and April 30th. And I also noticed that completions were scheduled outside of that timing period, but that only construction is committed to outside that timing period. Wanted to first ask if it's possible to go ahead and commit to completions outside of that timing period or discuss that a little further.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, for the question. As the commission knows, the timeline for a development area can be fairly fluid at times. And, we believe that construction activities are the most impactful to habitat, and that protection of that is priority. And then that we believe that the mitigation of drilling and completions using sound walls is also protective. We at this point, we are committing to the construction outside of the timing stipulation. We would love to commit all 3 phases outside, but again, I'm talking about logistics a lot here, but logistically, it's really hard to commit broad brush all 3 phases outside. We attempt to, but to commit all 3 is problematic.
Thanks for that response, Mr. Keller. And my follow-up to that would be, with regard to this OGDP, there are 2 other pads. The Oxford is the only one that has HPH associated with it. Is there an opportunity to take a look at the schedule and commit to those outside of that, since you can be fluid with the other 2 pads?
I hesitate to provide a blanket commitment for those activities. Again, I think our mitigation efforts will reduce any impacts to big game. And I think at this point, right now, that is the commitment we have to make, is just solely for, again, we will try to time other activities outside of that protective timing, but at this point, we can only commit to the construction leg.
Thanks, Mr. Keller. And the mention of mitigation then leads me to the next question, Mr. Chair, that does tie into this issue. If I might ask it of CPW and follow up with the operator if necessary, is that okay?
Absolutely, Commissioner Ackerman. Appreciate the line of questions.
Thanks so much. And so I see Mr. Moret has joined us. And Mr. Moret, the materials talk about PDC's avoidance of the timing limitation period as voluntary. Ordinarily, timing limitations within HPH are not really discussed as voluntary, but generally we discourage all development in HPH to take place outside of HPH timing limitations. And at times, some development is conceded to during certain time periods in certain HPH categories. But in those cases, additional compensatory mitigation is generally formulated and committed to for the disturbance that's taking place within the timing limitations that accounts for direct and indirect disturbances. And I note that compensatory mitigation was formulated for this OGDP, but it appears that the compensatory mitigation was only associated with the total number of disturbed acres, which will then be offset by the program very adeptly described by Mr. Keller. And so as I read it, there is no additional compensatory mitigation contemplated or committed to for the drilling or completions that would take place on the Oxford pad within the timing limitation periods, which would usually be formulated. Can you talk a little bit about why CPW didn't go down that road?
Yes, thanks for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. And for the record, my name is Brandon Moret. I'm a certified wildlife biologist with CPW and CPW's Northeast Region Energy Liaison. And before I answer that, I too want to extend my sincere thanks to Commissioner McGowan on her years of service on the commission. I've enjoyed working with her and appreciated her even taking her electric car out in the middle of a dusty road on a chilly morning to better understand the wildlife rules. So thank you, Commissioner McGowan. But to answer your question, Commissioner Ackerman, the Oxford location is located within that red density layer that's shown on ECMC's web mapper. So that's greater than 5 wells per section. So associated with that, there are no indirect impacts associated with that because it is not, it's in a highly dense area where there can be a significant reduction in mule deer use. But I'm not saying that there is no mule deer use. Obviously, mule deer can still use various areas. But yes, there is no compensatory mitigation for the timing limitation. And yes, it is a voluntary request of CPW to maximize if all 3 seasons can be outside the winter season, as you alluded to. And one follow-up point to Commissioner Cross's question, Commissioner Cross, you mentioned, or you asked PDC if it was outside or just adjacent to the high priority habitat. And it's true that like 1% is in the winter concentration area, but I do note for the record, 100% is in the mule deer severe winter range.
Thank you, Mr. Moret. I think that's helpful. That's the assumption that I made. I wanted to highlight that generally we do ask for compensatory mitigation if those activities are intended to take place within the timing limitations period. But our regulations do provide for a well density measurement and understand that's why CPW didn't request compensatory mitigation for any additional activity taking place within those timing limitations. Wanted to also clarify that the HPH maps, when the CAP was put together, did not include the Oxford within high priority habitat. But at the time the OGDP was applied for, they did include the Oxford within the high priority habitat. So those high priority habitat rules do apply, which is why PDC and CPW have worked together to put together this wildlife mitigation plan and the wildlife mitigation offset program. So thank you for those clarifications. I think, Mr. Chair, that's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. I've got a couple of questions myself. I wonder if we could get a little more detail on the outreach specific to RBUs inside of 2,000 feet. I think there was some testimony and some evidence that was provided associated with some attempted door knocking. It was unclear whether that door knocking was in relation to this OGDP application or whether it was in relation to the overall CAP application. And if it was specific to this OGDP application, if we could get a little more information on what type of information was provided to those residences, as they were being chatted to about operations, including the proposal for multiple applications or gaps between occupations on different sites that may be impactful to those residents.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Mesner. So obviously, this was in addition to the required outreach per the CAP rules and regulations. It was something that PDC decided to do for both prior to the preliminary siting hearing, and also believed it was right to go back out and just check in because it has been some time since we last did those door knocking efforts at PDC. So really, it was just an effort, especially for the Blackburn and Capital locations, 2 of the 3 that had a higher RBU count than the Oxford location, just to go check in with those neighbors, have some general discussions. No formal documents were provided because they've already received a substantial amount of mailouts through the CAP mailout requirements, as well as attending virtual meetings. But we did, I'd say, probably touch base with about 60% of those folks within 2,000 feet and had conversations with them, did not get any concerns raised to us that were out of what we had already been questioned in the first community meetings or the initial mailouts we sent. I can note some of those conversations. I'd say about 80% of the folks we spoke to had said they'd received all the mailouts. Some of them had been attending the virtual meetings regularly that we've been holding and had no additional questions or concerns about the locations. We had one resident asking for more information about our air monitoring policies and if we will be utilizing air monitors at the Blackburn location specifically. And we provided that information and let them know that EMPs we plan to utilize, and they said they were relieved to hear that. Had some questions as well about the depth of our well bores, which we were able to provide that alleviated or addressed their concern there. The majority of the other residents said they had no concerns, again, received all the mailouts. We had a resident tell us that she was relieved to hear that this was an oil and gas location going in and not a residential development, because the residential development could hinder their views that they prefer out their back window, which currently is farm field and will continue to remain farm field. And then overall, just I think telling us they're relieved to actually speak in person and see a map and see how far the sites were from their actual residence, because a lot of these folks get those notices, but they don't necessarily know how to decipher those maps we send. So You get a notice like that, you assume right away that this is, right in my backyard. And when we actually bring these maps out and talk through with them, they said that it was comforting and relieving to hear that these sites were about 1,800 to 2,000 feet from their home.
Thanks, Corey. And I'll just jump in here for a second, Commissioner Messner. We have committed to sending out notice prior to each phase of operations for residents within 2,000 feet. So these folks will be receiving a notification prior to drilling, as Tammy mentioned, prior to drilling, and then prior to completions as well. On those notices, we try to let people know that, obviously our schedule is subject to change, but if we do know that there's a gap between drilling and completions, we try to call that out and let them know that we will be coming back. Above and beyond that, we have been holding our biannual community meetings, and those have been attended by some Raton stakeholders, and we'll continue to hold those through the life of the CAP.
Thanks for that. Another question that I have is, while I understand that there's proposed temporary wraparound sound walls associated with the OGDP, there's some discussion and information in the application about permanent sound walls. And I wonder if someone could just talk a little more about that, because I was having a hard time understanding what that permanent sound wall was, what the materials were going to be, I guess just what some of the specifications are, unless I'm misunderstanding that there's not permanent sound walls.
I can try to help with that. We do try to place permanent sound walls inside the production facility footprint around the noisier equipment. And this is just based on, going out and doing sound surveys. If we received a complaint or something like that, then, we're now proactively putting those sound walls around that noisy equipment to reduce the sound levels for the receptors around there.
Okay, thanks for that. I maybe misunderstood. I was hearing permanent sound walls as sound walls around the perimeter that were going to be permanently in place, and so that's helpful. Commissioners, I don't have any further questions. Does anyone have any follow-up questions? Seeing no one raising their hands, we'll go ahead and then move into deliberations. So if folks could hide their pictures, it'll be easier for us to see each other. And does anyone want to lead off on deliberations? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start off saying that I really appreciate all the hard work that was done on this. And by this, I mean the CAP generally, as well as this OGDP specifically. I think the first thing to note is the continued work that Chevron/PDC has done post-CAP. And I think that it's important to see the continued community outreach. It's important to see the continued work with CPW. As Commissioner Ackerman noted, I think it's very noteworthy that high priority habitat maps were updated, and despite having the approval on the CAP, they spend significant time working with CPW. Mr. Moret discussed the quality of the habitat and the work done on the wildlife mitigation plans. I think that's all very important. One of the reasons I wanted to touch on this kind of being the edge of the high priority habitat is I fully understand and appreciate that high priority habitat is high priority habitat. And so I think that's important to note. But I do appreciate that at least the location is on the edge of the habitat. We're not talking about a migration corridor where this is right in the middle of a migration corridor that could severely disrupt the high priority habitat. It is on the edge of it. And I do think that is notable as well. A couple other things that stuck out to me, and this goes back again to the CAP when we did it. The amount of work done with the ALAs, I think, was very important. Just in the OGDP we're looking at, as was noted in the presentation, 22 different locations were looked at. And I think that really shows the balancing that was done by PDC and now Chevron to make sure that to understand that there will be receptors that are going to be impacted, and how can they best balance the impact to those receptors and make sure that the best location is chosen. And so I think the work done on that was important and significant in my review. And finally, I just want to kind of go with some of the overall numbers that we're looking at here. As was talked about, 48 wells are going to be plugged and abandoned here. When you just look at acreage that's going to be coming back reclaimed, they're talking about 57.6 acres. They talked about the 31.8 acres once interim reclamation is done. But I think even when you look at just the construction before interim reclamation is done, they're still saving about 9 acres in what's being reclaimed here. And I think that's notable. The 20.2 tons of decrease in VOCs per year, I think, is also notable. That helps us get to the goals that we're trying to get to both by 2026 and 2030. So I think that's important. And when you just look at the BMPs that are being implemented in this application, I think it's important. You're talking about pipeline takeaway for oil, gas, and water. You're talking about electric rigs, electrified facilities. And I think when you look at all this together, I do think this is an approvable application. And I'm happy to discuss further.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. Who's next? Commissioner Ackerman?
I'll defer to Commissioner McGowan. Commissioner McGowan, I'm going to switch gears to wildlife again.
Okay, thanks. I'll be short but sweet. I echo much of what Commissioner Cross says. I think despite the fact that we are near some residential locations, I think the communication has been robust with those neighbors and they know what's happening. And I think the operator has put some best management practices forward, electric drill rigs, tier 4, group 3 mud. So I think we're trying to minimize emissions and impact as much as possible. I'm also appreciative that they're thinking beyond just the 2,000 feet and putting in the BMP to try to do the completions for Blackburn to minimize potential emissions for the elementary school. I think there's a lot to appreciate here, and I also appreciate the offset and the P&Aing of the existing legacy sites and wells.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with what Commissioner Cross and Commissioner McGowan have stated. I wanted to just make a couple of notes on wildlife. I wanted to reiterate and recognize PDC's treatment of HPH that they didn't anticipate at the time of the cap. And I think their approach was detailed and appropriate in handling that issue as it came up to them between the cap and the presentation of this OGDP. I do want to continue to encourage construction and drilling and completions to take place outside of the timing limitations on the Oxford pad to the extent that it's possible. I understand Mr. Keller's point that these are fluid, but given any option for them to shuffle around between the 3 pads in this OGDP, I hope they'll take that into account as they continue on with their plan. I did want to make one note on Rule 1203A1, which allows for this type of compensatory mitigation. Specifically states that one of the ways that a company can do compensatory mitigation is completing or causing to be completed a project approved by CPW and the director as described in a further regulation. And so this approach of a mitigation bank, for lack of a better way to put it, or an ongoing offsite mitigation program is compliant with rule number 1203A1. And I would just make a note for the future that specifically points to 1203B and says that these are the components of that type of a plan. And while I was able to go into the wildlife mitigation plan and kind of match and compare and dig out the matching points of our regulations with regard to this plan, One note for the future for operators is it would be helpful if they took a look at Rule 1203B1, letters A through M, and kind of helped outline how they're complying with those regulations in contemplating a mitigation plan of their own. I would find that to be very helpful, although not absolutely required by this regulation. That said, Mr. Chair, I also believe this is an approvable OGDP.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, and other commissioners. Always insightful to hear your thoughts on OGDPs and appreciate your perspectives. I do think that there's a lot of really good things about this OGDP, and a lot of it has to do with the utilization of a comprehensive area plan and developing the infrastructure necessary to be able to avoid impacts by utilizing technology, which is why comprehensive area plans are a tool to be utilized for avoiding and minimizing cumulative impacts associated with oil and gas development. Those technologies that are being employed include, as has been indicated, the electric drill rig, three-phase takeaway, fluids 2 site for hydraulic fracturing, group 3 drilling mud, the utilization of wraparound sound walls and sound mitigation. And all of these things take significant truck traffic out of the picture as well, which is a significant impact to potential impact to residents surrounding oil and gas activities. And I think that ends up being really important. These tools are being utilized both from an emission standpoint, but as well as from a truck traffic input or impact. I think that the offset of 331.8 acres returned and 48 wells being plugged and abandoned as part of this is also compelling. I think also the community outreach has been strong both through the Guanella CAP process as well as individually with this OGDP. I think as indicated by the processes that happened at the local government level, both through Weld County and through the city of Evans, residents were given an opportunity to provide their thoughts in those local government processes with little to no participation, and no participation or public comments associated with this hearing as well. Having been involved with lots of different land use hearings, if folks are concerned, in my experience, they will make that known to the body that is reviewing those applications, whether that's at the local government level or whether that's at a state or federal level. And in this case, that's not occurred. And I think that's a testament to the outreach that's been done by this operator. And so I do appreciate that. I think the thing that does give me heartburn is the lack of voluntary commitment associated with drilling and completions for high priority habitat. And I think what gives me heartburn about that is this contemplation that drilling and completions is not an impactful activity that needs to be avoided with timing stipulations, or that construction is the only impactful activity associated with activities that needs to abide by timing stipulations. And to me, I think that's just false. I think there's significant impacts associated with drilling and completions that need to be contemplated as we look at timing stipulations associated with wildlife, including significantly higher levels of truck traffic associated with sandbox delivery and other activities, noise and lighting that are all impacts in high priority habitat areas, and I think need to be contemplated as part of timing stipulations. But in this particular area, based on the recommendations from CPW that around the quality of habitat and the compensatory mitigation, CPW has agreed that that's not the case in this particular area, but I certainly don't want, from my perspective, that to be commonplace. And so with that, I also think this is an approvable application and would be open to a motion.
Move for approval of the OGDP.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? The application has been approved. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with the next docket item, which is docket item number 2306000206, which is an oil and gas development plan by St. Croix Operating Inc., named Prairie Ridge OGDP. Before we get started, we'll need to swear in the witnesses. So AAG Mercer, if you would like to do that.
Mr. Chair, we're currently still searching for Mr. McGowan in the attendees. If he could raise his hand, I currently don't see him to be elevated. And
calling Mr. McGowan.
All right, I believe he's under a different name. I will elevate him accordingly.
Thank you. Floor is yours, AAG Mercer. Oh, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the panelists. It's good to see you again. I believe you all know the drill. We will just be going one at a time, and I'll ask you each to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. I'll begin with Ms. Fanning.
Good morning. I, Tricia Fanning, swear to tell the truth.
Your audio was unclear, at least on my end, but I could make out that that you were saying the oath, so thank you. Ms. Donahue?
My name is Jessica Donahue, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Dornbus?
My name is Ryan Dornbos, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, AAG Mercer. Mr. McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, apologies about that. I'm on my wife's computer. So good morning, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners. My name is Chris McGowan. I represent St. Croix Operating, operator number 81490, and the applicant in this matter. We are here to respectfully present the Prairie Ridge Oil and Gas Development Plan. St. Croix is a Colorado corporation and is a registered operator and in good standing with the commission. St. Croix, the applicant, seeks approval of an approximate 320-acre OGDP and associated DSU for the development and production of 3 total vertical wells and 1 vertical Class 2 UIC well completed in the Lions Formation for the disposal of produced water, and 1 production facility to be developed from a total of 4 oil and gas locations on the application lands, Township 3 South, Range 50 west of the 6 p.m. Section 13. The surface locations for the proposed well and production facilities are as follow. The surface location of the Prairie Ridge 1 pad is the northeast-southeast quarter of Section 13, Township 3 South, Range 50 west of the 6 p.m. The surface location of the Prairie Ridge 2 pad is the northwest-southeast of Section 13. The surface location of the Prairie Ridge 3 pad is the northeast-southeast of Section 13. And the surface location of the proposed production facility is the southeast-northwest quarter of Section 13, Township 3 South, Range 50 west. The nearby public crossroads are County Road 17 and County Road RR. The applicant we have provided in this packet a assignment of oil and gas lease, proving our interest and ownership interest in the lands as provided for in ECMC Rule 303A. With this application, we also submitted Form 2As for the development of 3 total new vertical wells and 1 saltwater disposal UIC on the lands from the proposed Prairie Ridge oil and gas locations pursuant to Rule 303A2 and Rule 304, document numbers 403, 358, 390. For Prairie Ridge 1, document number 403-358-404 for Prairie Ridge 2, and document number 403-358-563 for Prairie Ridge 3, and document number 403-358-572 for the production facility. We have drafted, St. Croix has drafted Form 2s for this project. Document number 403-41125 for Prairie Ridge 1, document number 403-4111129 for Prairie Ridge 2, document number 403-4111138 for Prairie Ridge 3, and a submitted document number 403-41140 for the saltwater disposal. St. Croix has also submitted Form 31 and Form 33s, which are currently in review. Along with the application, St. Croix submitted a Form 2B cumulative impact data identification pursuant to Rule 303A5, and it also submitted a Form 2C OGDP certification pursuant to Rule 303A7. Pursuant to Rule 302E, St. Croix did notify Washington County as the relevant local government. There are no proximate local governments with respect to this permit. They did provide the notice 30 days prior to submitting the OGDP, and the Rule 302E 30-day notice did comply with the procedural and substantive requirements of 303E2 and 3. Copies of the application and notice of hearing were served on each interested party as required by Rule 504A, 504B1, 504B2, and 504B5, and Rule 303E. And the completeness determination by the director was also served on the interested parties as required by Rule 303. With the application, St. Croix also submitted its required Rule 505 testimony and an application for a 320-acre DSU covering the east half of Section 13, Township 3 South, Range 50 West of the 6 p.m., and the testimony illustrated that the granting of the application in DSU is in accord with the Oil and Gas Conservation Act found in CRS 3460-101 and the Commission rules. I will now turn the presentation over to Ms. Jessica Donahue of Ardor Environmental.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Donahue, Compliance and Permitting Specialist with Ardor Environmental, here today representing on behalf of St. Croix Operating. Presenting for you today will be Mr. McGowan and myself, and we also have Mr. Paul Melanchenko and Mr. David Melanchenko here from St. Croix for any potential questions at the end. Additionally, we also have David Olds, their landman, and Ryan Dornbos here as well. Today for the presentation, we'll review with you. We'll go over introduce St. Croix for you, introduce the project to you, go over high priority habitat and our consultation with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, review the alternative location analysis, and then we'll go through the variance requests that St. Croix had submitted concurrent with this OGDP, as well as the best management practices that they utilize in their operations. Next slide, please. St. Croix Operating was founded in 1996 with operations in Colorado, Montana, North Dakota, and Wyoming. St. Croix's Colorado operations are currently focused in Washington County. Their Colorado assets are primarily vertical oil well development. St. Croix has active engagement with Washington County, community members, and landowners. St. Croix operates in a manner that protects public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. The OGDP hearing application was submitted to ECMC on June 12, 2023. On March 1st, 2024, St. Croix received its completeness determination and the Form 2C was approved. On April 1st, 2024, the 30-day public comment period ended. No comments were received. May 13th, 2024 was the petition deadline for the OGDP. No petitions were filed. On May 30th, 2024, ECMC staff issued the director's recommendation for approval. St. Croix has received a director's recommendation to approve their Prairie Ridge OGDP before you today. The Prairie Ridge OGDP proposes to develop 320 acres in the east half of Section 13, Township 3 South, Range 50 West, and proposes to construct 4 locations, 3 well locations, and an additional 4th location that will be the shared production facility that will be located in the southeast, northwest of Section 13, Township 3 South, Range 50 West. For geographic reference, the Prairie Ridge OGDP location is shown here as the orange star. It is approximately 9.75 miles northeast of Arickaree, which is the nearest town, and approximately 56 miles southeast of Fort Morgan. The nearest crossroads are County Road 17 and County Road RR. The Prairie Ridge OGDP is located in a rural area zoned for agricultural use. The proposed Prairie Ridge project is located entirely within Washington County. While Washington County does not regulate oil and gas location siting, St. Croix does engage with Washington County regularly regarding their projects, coordinating emergency response and planned truck routes. The Washington County Local Government Designee is also involved in the review of St. Croix's Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment Regulation 7 Pre-Production Air Monitoring Plan. As represented on this slide, there are 3 oil and gas locations within the black boundary representing the proposed mineral development area. The Prairie Ridge number 1, number 2, and number 3 locations will be planned well locations with 1 proposed vertical oil well per location. The Prairie Ridge production facility will not have any oil wells on location. This location will only consist of production equipment for the proposed Prairie Ridge well locations and the proposed Class 2 UIC Prairie Ridge SWD number 4. The proposed Prairie Ridge oil wells are proposed to target the J Sand Formation. The Prairie Ridge SWD number 4 disposal well is proposed for the Lyons Formation. This is not an enhanced recovery project. The facility is located just to the west of the mineral development boundary. As represented from the image on this slide, there are no residential building units, school facilities, high occupancy building units, or designated outdoor activity areas within 2,000 feet. The project is over 1 mile from the nearest RBU. Under Rule 304D1, St. Croix requested a lesser impact exemption from the noise and light mitigation plans. The director approved this request and CPW supported the approval. The census block that the Prairie Ridge OGDP is located in has an overall EnviroScreen score of 27.633. The project is located within high priority habitat, Greater Prairie Chicken Production Area. The Prairie Ridge project is located entirely within the ECMC Rule 1202D high priority habitat for Greater Prairie Chicken Production Area. St. Croix initiated pre-application consultation with CPW in November 2022 regarding this project. CPW visited the site to assess the habitat in first quarter 2023. St. Croix representatives and CPW met in person March 24th, 2023 to review CPW's assessment and discuss appropriate best management practices for the project. Formal consultation with ECMC staff and CPW staff occurred April 29th, 2024. The calculated compensatory mitigation numbers are listed here, and additional avoidance and minimization best management practices were confirmed. Represented on this slide are a few of the best management practices that St. Croix committed to during their consultation with CPW. St. Croix will conduct all scheduled activities outside of the Greater Prairie Chicken production season. St. Croix has designed its location to minimize habitat fragmentation. St. Croix will utilize off-location flow lines to minimize heavy traffic in the project area. Once a location has been drilled, it will undergo interim reclamation outside of the nesting season. During Greater Prairie Chicken production season, St. Croix will limit well site visits to 2 per day between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. St. Croix has agreed to install raptor perch deterrents on equipment, fences, cross arms, and pole tops. St. Croix will preclude new oil and gas operations with 0.6 miles of any Greater Prairie Chicken LEC. St. Croix has also agreed to preclude the use of aggressive non-native grasses or shrubs in Greater Prairie Chicken habitat reclamation. Due to its location within high priority habitat, the Prairie Ridge project met 304B Romanet 8 criteria for an alternative location analysis. There were no viable development locations outside of the high priority habitat to develop the target minerals due to the technological limitations of accessing the 320-acre mineral development area. The nearest surface outside of the high priority habitat is approximately 0.65 miles to the west. The J Sand Formation is not a formation that is well suited to long laterals or deviated wells. St. Croix examined the potential to consolidate the producing locations to one oil and gas location. The overall disturbance required for one consolidated producing well pad would increase the proposed project's surface long-term disturbance by 1.5 acres. Additionally, the directional design of the oil wells in the consolidated alternative would require annual maintenance due to the friction of the downhole rods rubbing against the interior wellbore. These maintenance activities require workover rigs to be mobilized to location to pull downhole assemblies and replace them. A vertical well requires maintenance on average once every 6 years, which reduces the overall impacts of the project. During the March 24th, 2023 meeting between CPW and St. Croix's request for a modification to ECMC Rule 1203C, the timing of the compensatory mitigation fee payments, was discussed. CPW agreed to a modification from no less than 30 days prior to submitting the Form 42 to no less than 20 days prior to submitting the Form 42 for the Prairie Ridge Production Facility location only. St. Croix will drill the Prairie Ridge number 1 first. Once the well shows to be capable of production, St. Croix would like to commence construction of the production facilities immediately. By modifying the 1203C compensatory mitigation payment timeframe from 30 days to 20 days, it allows St. Croix to more efficiently commence construction of the production facility location. As is stated in the formal CPW consultation and summarized in the director's recommendation for approval dated April 29th, 2024, CPW supports approval of this variance request. During consultation, St. Croix had also discussed a potential second variance with CPW to bifurcate the indirect mitigation payments. St. Croix is no longer requesting to bifurcate these payments and has withdrawn that request. The Prairie Ridge number 1 is proposed to be a vertical oil well location. It is located in the northeast-southeast of Section 13, Township 3 South, Range 50 West. It will be new disturbance of 5.58 acres in rangeland. Once the well has been drilled and put onto production, the location will undergo interim reclamation. Because there will be no production equipment on this site, the location will be brought down to a long-term disturbance of 0.33 acres. The Prairie Ridge number 2 is proposed to be a vertical oil well location located within the northwest-southeast of Section 13, Township 3 South, Range 50 West. It will also be new disturbance in rangeland of 4.27 acres. Once this well has been drilled and put onto production, the interim reclamation disturbance will be 0.33 acres. Prairie Ridge number 3 is proposed to be a vertical oil well location located in the northeast-southeast of Section 13, Township 3 South, Range 50 West. It will be new disturbance of 6.11 acres. And once this well has been drilled and put onto production, the location will undergo interim reclamation, bringing down the long-term disturbance to 0.33 acres. The Prairie Ridge Production Facility will house the production equipment for all producing Prairie Ridge oil wells. It is located in the southeast-northwest of Section 13, Township 3 South, Range 50 West, in rangeland adjacent to existing irrigated cropland. It will be a new disturbance of 5.85 acres. Once the Prairie Ridge SWD number 4 has been drilled, the location will undergo interim reclamation and be brought down to a long-term disturbance of 3.67 acres. The Prairie Ridge Production Facility will only be constructed after the Prairie Ridge number 1 is drilled and determined to be a successful producing well. I would like to highlight a few of the best management practices in addition to those mentioned earlier that St. Croix applies to their operations. Such as for protecting air quality, St. Croix will utilize off-location flow lines to consolidate heavy traffic to the production facility. For water conservation, St. Croix uses primarily recycled water for its drilling operations. St. Croix uses fresh water only for dust mitigation. St. Croix will use efficient drilling methods to keep their drilling operations to an average of 7 days per well. This minimizes the noise and cumulative impacts to the surrounding area. Lights will only be on location for drilling operations, approximately 1 week. Lights will be downward directed and highlight task areas as necessary for safety. There will be no permanent lighting on location during production. By placing the production facilities closer to the county road, St. Croix minimizes the truck traffic across the landscape. Additionally, St. Croix will utilize closed loop drilling for this well, and all drill cuttings will be removed in a covered truck to be disposed of properly at a disposal facility. St. Croix operations are typically 1 week to construct the location, 1 week to drill the vertical well, and 1 week to conduct formation testing and prepare the well for production. These wells will not be hydraulically fractured. St. Croix anticipates commencing the Prairie Ridge project this summer. St. Croix will construct the Prairie Ridge #1 location first and drill the well. If the well is successful, then the Prairie Ridge production facility will be constructed. Prairie Ridge #2 and #3 will be executed after the Greater Prairie Chicken production timing stipulations in 2025. St. Croix has designed the Prairie Ridge OGDP to protect public health, safety, welfare, wildlife, and the environment by minimizing new disturbance, utilizing off-location flow lines to minimize traffic, and designing drilling operations to use recycled water for drilling, as well as other best management practices. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. McGowan.
Thank you, Jessica. As the commission is aware, St. Croix is seeking a topsoil variance in this matter. St. Croix is a seasoned operator in eastern Colorado and routinely interacts with surface owners and tenant farmers who live in these areas and deal with the adverse conditions for raising pasture for cattle and raising crops, predominantly in dryland farming and with no-till operations. To this effect, St. Croix takes extreme care in communicating with the farmers and ranchers to ensure the best outcome is pursued to maintain topsoil where it is present and plan for the highest rate of success during reclamation efforts. In addition to the considerations and planning conducted with the surface owners, St. Croix does understand it must adhere and follow the ECMC rules and regulations. With respect to the protection of topsoil or the upper soil horizons in eastern Colorado, St. Croix sometimes encounters a contrasting condition where the ECMC rules provide a uniform requirement without room for the consideration of more specific local conditions. In these certain areas, St. Croix investigates if the ECMC rules are more harmful than protective of the environment. In this case, the Prairie Ridge surface locations, St. Croix and the surface owner agreed that minimal disturbance of the surface soils appears to be the most protective. To investigate the surface owner request, St. Croix sought out the assistance of a PhD soil agronomist to conduct an independent study and provide recommendations and guidance for pad construction. The report provided, which has been submitted in the record as part of the variance application, from Dr. Lucas A. Haig, PhD, is a result of his in-person visit to the Prairie Ridge plan location sites and research of the historic area soil composition as reported by the Natural Resources Conservation Service, a department of the United States Department of Agriculture. In his report, Dr. Lucas states, in this scenario, there is essentially no topsoil or real difference in soil quality, productivity in the surface and subsurface soil horizons, thus negating the need to segregate soil and excavation operation. In addition to his assessment of the non-existence of topsoil, his recommendation for protection of the soils in the area was, in my opinion, extensive site excavation would run contrary to ECMC Rule Regulation 1002E1 by unnecessarily degrading soils and disrupting an ecosystem that will be difficult to reestablish under dry land conditions. St. Croix respectfully requests the ECMC staff consider the expert analysis performed by an independent agronomist and his assessment of what the most protective construction procedures are for the Prairie Ridge OGDP area. It is St. Croix's responsibility to protect the environment in addition to serving the surface and mineral owners in the best way possible while developing their least mineral interests and surface. The numerous conversations and agreements entered into between St. Croix and the surface and mineral owners are most protective of their land and resources despite the rules and regulations, which sometimes can be more damaging than protective. In this mindset, we request the topsoil variance since the blanket rule does not protect these disadvantaged and drought-prone areas where there is not classifiable topsoil. St. Croix hopes that the commission staff and commissioners are willing to consider the proposed variance application and come to a similar conclusion that we are trying to opt for a more protective process than that which is described in the ECMC rules. We would also like to take into account the requests of the surface owners and the contractual obligations of the operator, so the regulations of the ECMC do not force St. Croix to implement practices that are unwelcome or deemed damaging by the farmers themselves. Rule 1002B1, the rule provides soil removal and segregation on cropland. As to all excavation operations undertaken after June 1, 1996, the operator shall separate and store soil horizons separately from one another and mark or document stockpile locations to facilitate subsequent reclamation. When separating soil horizons, the operator shall segregate horizons based upon noted changes in physical characteristics such as organic content, color, texture, density, or consistency. Segregation will be performed to the extent practicable to a depth of 6 feet or below, whichever is shallower. Rule 1003E2 provides revegetation for all segregated soil horizons removed from cropland shall be replaced to their original relative positions and contour and shall be tilled adequately to reestablish a proper seed bed. This area shall be treated if necessary and practicable to prevent invasion of undesirable species and noxious weeds and to control erosion. Any perennial forage crops that were present before disturbance shall be reestablished. Rule 502 stipulates that requests for variances to the Commission's rules or orders shall be filed with the Commission, and the applicant pursuant to 502 will make a showing that it has made a good faith effort to comply or is unable to comply with the specific requirements contained in the Commission's rule or order for which it seeks a variance. That requested variance will not violate the basic intent of the Act. The requested variance is necessary to avoid an undue hardship. Granting the variance will result in no net adverse impact to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, or wildlife resources, and the requested variance contains reasonable conditions of approval or other mitigation measures to avoid, minimize, or mitigate adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. With the variance application, as we noted earlier, St. Croix submitted evidence of the surface owner's request and agreement that topsoil not be segregated and stockpiled, and instead that St. Croix will import fill and organic material, including manure and compost, in quantities needed to return the locations where interim or final reclamation is necessary to as near practical to that which existed the site prior to disturbance. St. Croix also provided evidence in the form of expert testimony and a landowner statement that the requested variance from the topsoil removal and segregation requirements in the rules and the restoration and revegetation requirements in Rule 1003 will result in detrimental impacts to the air, water, and biological resources, public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Thus, St. Croix has made a good faith effort to comply with the requirements of the rules, but is seeking a variance based on both its contractual obligations and documented requests of the surface owner. Of note, in the surface use agreement, the landowner requested and the operator agreed to seek this variance for these very reasons. The basic intent of the Act is to ensure that oil and gas development is done according to the rules of the Commission, but also respects the property rights of those who own the surface location on which oil and gas development will be located. Further, it is also designed to be protective of the health, safety, welfare, and the environment. Here, the variance is necessary and in conformance with the rules in the Act because the applicant has illustrated that it is pursuing the variance based on a request and contractual obligation of the surface owner and individuals who are farming the land, and the variance is supported by testimony of both the landowner and a topsoil expert that the agreement made between the parties on how to address the topsoil is the most protective approach to the land. We are of the opinion that the landowner who farms the land does have the best perspective on this particular situation. The variance is needed to protect an undue hardship because if the variance is not approved, the applicant will likely be in breach of contract with the surface owner. In other words, if the variance is not granted, St. Croix could be unable to drill the well anyway, as it would possibly be subject to an action by the landowner for failure to secure the necessary variance to protect the landowner's topsoil as they requested. Finally, the variance will not result in adverse impacts and would by itself constitute the best condition of approval as illustrated by Dr. Haig's testimony and the landowner's statement. Applicant has made a good faith effort to segregate and stockpile the topsoil and other oil and gas locations on the surface estate owned by Sand and Sage, and is acknowledged by the alternative reclamation plan that was submitted by the operator as amended. The soil on the lands owned by Sand and Sage LLC, on which the Prairie Ridge number 1, 2, and 3 are located, is classified as sand mixed with aggregate and little humus, and therefore its potential for agriculture operations is limited. It is further acknowledged that the alternative reclamation plan, as amended, there is little that could be classified as topsoil at the subject sites, and attempts to scrape and collect it would be ineffective and potentially cause long-term damage to the soil as opposed to being protected. It is further acknowledged that the stabilization of stockpiled sand is likely to be extremely difficult, and such stockpiles would be subject to wind and water erosion, causing possibly significant damage to the adjacent lands. The intent of St. Croix and the landowner, Sand and Sage, in entering into the alternative reclamation plan and associated surface use agreement is to have greater and more effective reclamation than the requirements of ECMC rules. Thus, the plan for Prairie Ridge number 1, 2, and 3 provides for enhanced interim and final reclamation requirements, including the agreement to import fill and organic material to return the locations to as near as practicable to that which existed at the site prior to disturbance. The Prairie Ridge number 1, 2, and 3 Form 2As contain robust site-specific stormwater management plans, interim reclamation plans, and best management practices in accordance with applicable ECMC rules. The approval of the requested variance will minimize potential long-term damage to the surface of the application lands and adjacent lands, and will result in a more effective reclamation and protective reclamation of the Prairie Ridge 1, 2, and 3 locations. With respect to stockpiled topsoil requirements, the applicant will minimize the risk of soil damage while maintaining protective and compliant stormwater management, weed management, and reclamation practices. Finally, I would like to read to you today the statement submitted by the landowners. We submitted that, and we understand that it was recently submitted, but we did secure this statement from the landowner immediately upon learning of staff's concerns surrounding the variance. Thus, we respectfully ask the commission if you would like to read it with us, and we are happy to give you a few minutes after to read the statement, but I did want to read that to you today and read it in the record. To the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, our names are Janelle A. Young and Rita M. Young, and we are the managing members of Sand and Sage LLC, that is the surface owner of the land on which the proposed Prairie Ridge OGDP wells will be developed. We are submitting this testimony in support of Prairie Ridge request for a variance from certain topsoil reclamation requirements under ECMC rules. Our family has owned and rented this pasture ground for over 20 years. We have experience and knowledge of the land and have developed and implemented practices that we believe best suit our particular method of ranching. Specifically, we use the practice of minimal grazing on the property because the soils are very sandy, highly erodible, and especially vulnerable to wind erosion. As a responsible steward of the land and following accepted soil conservation practices in the area, we are no longer using any cultivated methods on the property that involve disturbing topsoil or any other soil layers. Based upon our multi-generational farming and ranching experience and firsthand knowledge, we have specifically requested the operator only remove a minimal amount of topsoil in constructing any sites on the property, such as only leveling the area under the rig substructure and other necessary spots for drilling equipment. We have also requested that any other excavating or soil disturbance be avoided. Indeed, we negotiated these provisions as a part of the surface owner agreement, SUA, that was entered into between St. Croix and us as the surface owner. Further, we are aware that St. Croix has also secured testimony at our request from a topsoil expert in support of their variance request. That report was submitted as a part of this application and supports our methods and contention surrounding the use of our pasture in a manner that we have deemed most appropriate. We would respectfully encourage this commission to consider our request as landowners and the operator's obligations under the SUA when making its final decision. We strongly encourage this commission to approve the topsoil variance as proposed by St. Croix in the Prairie Ridge permit. Sincerely, Sand and Sage LLC, signed by the landowners. Thus, we would respectfully ask this commission, in accordance with the landowner's stated wishes and applicant's contractual obligations, to approve the topsoil variances as part of the Prairie Ridge OGDP and associated DSU. Finally, we would like to briefly address the commissioner's questions that were posed to us. We received 2 questions, and Ms. Donahue previously addressed the circumstances surrounding the CPW compensatory mitigation fee and the bifurcation, which has been withdrawn. The other question was in regard to St. Croix's development, and specifically, does it constitute wildcatting? As this commission is aware, St. Croix has sought and received approvals from other OGDPs. Specifically, St. Croix has received approval for at least 4 other OGDPs over the last 2 years. They are all located in Washington County. The question was posed was regarding those other permits and whether St. Croix's development still constitutes wildcatting. We would note at the outset that the field in which St. Croix is requesting approval is called the Wildcat Field. Additionally, wildcatting is a general term in oil and gas, and the definition can vary depending on where you look. But generally speaking, it is a term used to describe the drilling of oil and gas wells in areas or fields that do not yet have significant production. We do believe this project does still constitute wildcatting, and we will until significant project is achieved and each well drilled will remain to be considered a wildcat until significant production is yielded. We hope that answers the question, and we're happy to dig more into that if you want to have further questions. In conclusion, respectfully, St. Croix respectfully requests that this commission enter orders approving the approximate 320-acre OGDP for the development of 3 new vertical wells and 1 new vertical Class 2 UIC well completed in the Lions Formation for the disposal of produced waters from the James Sand Formation for a total of 3 vertical wells, 1 saltwater disposal well, and 1 production facility within the approximate 320-acre OGDP and drilling and spacing unit for the application lands. Provide that the subject wells be located on the 3 pads within the application lands, unless an exception is granted. Find that the Prairie Ridge OGDP will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, and welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, and will protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, and biological resources in compliance with CRS 3460-106. And approval of the requested topsoil variance associated with the Prairie Ridge OGDP, and as well as the 320-acre DSU, and for any other findings and orders as this commission may deem proper and advisable in this matter. That is the conclusion of our presentation. I will take 1 minute to say also, and join in the course of others. Commissioner McGowan, as someone who shares the same last name, I have always found you to be a very engaging and very personable and nice lady. I've always really enjoyed your comments and questions, and I appreciate your service to this commission. I know it's government service can be thankless sometimes, and I think you've done it with honor, respect, and integrity. And I appreciate your dedication to the state of Colorado, and appreciate your time serving on this commission. And it's always been a pleasure to work with you. So I did want to add that in as well.
Thank you for the presentation. Commissioners, are there questions for the applicants? Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you. I do have a few, Mr. Chair, and then potentially a request to hear from staff as well. I note on the variance associated with no less than 30 days to moving that to no less than 20 days. I think that was correctly referred to in the presentation today as no less than 20 days, but in all the written materials says no more than 20 days, including the wildlife plan. And I would just request that all those documents be corrected to reflect the presentation today of no less than 20 days in order to minimize confusion there. On the topsoil retention variance, I appreciate, Mr. McGowan, your detailed treatment of this issue. And your statement that I don't know that I agree with your statement that ECMC requests here are more harmful than they are protective. You stated that minimal disturbance is best, and I do think staff would agree wholeheartedly with minimal disturbance of topsoil and minimizing topsoil removal, but I don't think that's the substance of the variance request. My understanding, and I might be missing something, but my understanding is that the substance of the variance request is that staff would like any topsoil that is removed to be stockpiled and utilized for reclamation, and the variance request is to not do that. And so the argument of minimal disturbance of topsoil, is a good argument, but I'm not sure that it proves the point of therefore you don't need to stockpile the topsoil that you have removed. And so I would like to hear some clarifying remarks, Mr. Chair, if you're amenable, from a staff member, if we have one available, as to whether I'm correct on that point and whether they have any comments associated with this variance.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. It looks like we have Dr. Arthur has been elevated to the panel. So Dr. Arthur, if you're so willing, would you unmute yourself and answer Commissioner Ackerman's questions, please?
So this is Dr. Denise Arthur. I'm the reclamation supervisor for the state, and I did look at this variance. One thing just at the outset, the rule that they're requesting a variance from is not the correct rule. It should be 1002B2, because I believe that all these areas to be disturbed are in rangeland, which is categorized as non-cropland. And I might apologize. I think I'm going to apologize to Brett because I'm not sure I heard the whole question when I was being elevated to speak.
Thank you. I'll repeat. I'll be more concise in my repeating, but a lot of the discussion here has revolved around that the operator prefers minimal disturbance of topsoil and believes that minimal disturbance is best, ergo the variance. My comment was that I believe that the staff would also agree that minimal disturbance of topsoil is best, but the variance isn't associated with that, but rather with the stockpiling of topsoil that is disturbed or removed for use during reclamation. And I'm not sure that an argument was set forth, at least from my perspective, significantly to support that variance, and wanted to get your thoughts on that.
My understanding of the variance is that they would salvage minimal amount of topsoil, although they don't define where those areas are specifically in their application. My main issue with their variance is that if they leave the soil intact, they have not indicated how they're going to actually protect it. Drilling operations are messy. Compaction can be an issue. And there are ways that operators can protect that topsoil if left intact. Stockpiling, that is required to have BMPs. So the wind erosion and other issues would be ameliorated by that process. In addition, you know, I'm not sure what they're saying as classifiable topsoil. In the reclamation field, any topsoil is important because it has organic matter, rangeland seed sources, especially in a high priority habitat. When it is placed back on the land, then those seeds can then flourish and not have to be seeded with those particular native seeds. So I'm not, and then the rule that should have been cited was a minimum of 6 inches of topsoil across the whole disturbance. So I'm not sure what the operator is meaning by classifiable topsoil. I admit that this is going to be a very difficult area to reclaim. Sandy soils are very difficult to reclaim, and it's going to take extra care for that to occur. The other, in my experience, as a reclamation person for 38 years, application of manure is it can be a real problem. It adds more weeds to the system. Soil needs to be checked before it goes in with agronomic testing. That wasn't in the variance. If you approve their variance, and that is, you know, something that we would want to look at potentially as a COA if the commission decides to approve the variance, that we would need to have a view of the fill, they call it, which is subsoil, if they bring that in, and other organic matter amendments.
Thank you, Dr. Arthur. And I would agree with you and with the landowner that this is a very difficult site to reclaim. And I think no one knows that probably better than the landowner. Mr. Chair, I don't know if I'm just misunderstanding, and perhaps it would be best if you're amenable to have Mr. McGowan exactly restate what the variance is requesting. My understanding is that it's requesting a variance from the segregation and salvage of topsoil. But most of the argument revolved around minimal disturbance. And so it might just be me, but I'm not understanding very well.
Mr. McGowan, would you like to clarify the rule that you're asking a variance from and what the criteria is that you're requesting?
I would, but I will do two brief requests. One is I will have my colleagues answer that question. And two is that we actually have the soil expert. He was able to join today late. So if we could elevate him as a panelist as well. We have his email. It's Haig Lucas at Outlook. If we could elevate him, I think he could kind of answer some of these questions and get into some of the scientific pieces of it as well.
Before we get into the scientific pieces, we need to understand what you're actually asking a variance from my perspective. And so that's unclear at this point.
And I will let Ms. Donahue and Mr. Dornbos answer those specific requests, those specific requests, as it were. They can articulate what exactly we are requesting in a scientific manner, I should say.
Ms. Donahue?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll begin and then I can defer to Mr. Dornbos. St. Croix has requested that the construction of the site, so for the oil well sites, Prairie Ridge number 1, number 2, and number 3, that we explore alternative minimization construction methodologies to limit the amount of topsoil that we would have to strip from the surface and remove and stockpile. Under where the drilling rig itself will be, will protect that part would be, the topsoil could be removed, but some of the adjacent areas that are not as necessary could be utilized for vehicle parking and some of those kinds of activities without actually stripping the vegetation and the topsoil. I understand from Dr. Arthur that compaction can be a concern. However, during the interim reclamation activities, once the well has been drilled, those areas will be cross-ripped to alleviate any compaction, but this would leave the topsoil in place, protecting the moisture in the subsurface layers and allowing the vegetation to kind of hold the soils in place.
Commissioner Ackerman, did that answer your question?
I think partially. So to clarify, Ms. Donahue, you're stating that staff is requesting through the operational procedures normal to drilling that you would ordinarily remove more topsoil than you'd like to remove, and your variance is to remove less topsoil. And I'll ask you that question and ask Ms. Arthur, Dr. Arthur, if that's staff's understanding as well.
Yes, St. Croix would like to reduce the amount of topsoil that would be required to be stripped from site and keep it to what would only be required to create a safe level spot for the rig itself.
Thank you. And Dr. Arthur, is staff then arguing against that and stating, no, we need to remove more topsoil?
I really think that the argument that staff is making is if they're leaving
like
operation.
Dr. Arthur, we lost you there for a second. Maybe start that answer over.
What staff is really looking for is if they leave topsoil intact and do not salvage it and stockpile it, how are they going to protect that intact topsoil? Are they going to have construction mats, so on and so forth during from the issues associated with the drilling activities is to salvage it. It also pushes aside the seed sources and so on and so forth, and then do stormwater protections through BMPs.
Okay, you were in and out a little bit, Dr. Arthur, but I think what I'm understanding is that you're stating that under normal drilling operations, there would be removal of topsoil associated with roads, with storing of equipment and other things, that we would remove that topsoil and then stockpile it. And my understanding is that the operator wants to rather do those things on top of the existing topsoil rather than removing it and stockpiling it. Am I getting closer to the issue?
Yes, I think that's correct.
If I may, commissioners and
Hang on, Mr. Dornbos. Commissioner Ackerman, did you have any other questions, or would you like to ask questions of anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do still think I need a little bit of more clarification on the exact variance request. What I'm narrowing in on now at this point is that the operator is requesting that certain operations take place, like the movement of equipment in and out without the removal of topsoil, which, as I understand it from Dr. Arthur, would be a normal operation to remove that topsoil, salvage it, decompact, and then restore afterwards. The operator is stating, we just want to go over the topsoil rather than remove it because we think that's more damaging. That's how I'm understanding it. And so that's the variance. And I think that if somebody doesn't want to refute that, that's the understanding that I'm moving forward with. And so no further questions on that specifically. I note that AAG Mercer has her hand up as well.
AAG Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Ackerman. It's clear exactly what the variance is requesting. So my understanding is that it's requesting a variance from Rule 1000B2, which would require the operator to separate and store the top 6 inches of topsoil, in short. Just wanted to confirm with, if I may, with the Operators Council that is the legal basis or the rule they're seeking the variance from.
It is my understanding that's correct, AG Mercer. I will, again, I think Jessica's shaking her head yes. So I think that is the correct rule, yes.
Okay, and that's for the entire location, or
No.
was there some exception where the drilling rig is going to be?
That's a really good question. Apologize. I should clarify that. No, the variance request is only limited to the Prairie Ridge 1, 2, and 3 locations. This is not a location DSU wide variance request. It is done so for specifically to the 3 locations, Prairie Ridge 1, 2, and 3, and is done so specifically for those and nowhere else. And it only applies to through those 3 locations, and it's done so at the request of the landowner.
Thank you. I did just want to note that the variance request in the hearing file states that it's 1002B1, and so that should be corrected to 1002B2. And that it also references the restoration and revegetation requirements in Rule 1003E1. Is that accurate that the 1002B1 should be changed to 1002B2 and that it also includes 1003E1?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, AAG Mercer, for making sure that we're on track. I'm going to continue on with questions here. I do think, I guess I've got some concerns that there's lack of clarity about this variance request still, and that some of the elements that would be necessary to be included in a variance request may not be there. And we may not have enough information to be able to make a determination one way or another on this, but I'm going to hold off on that thought here for a little while and let other commissioners ask some questions. Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just was hoping to get a couple clarifications. As I was looking through the different materials, I did see the easement and the right-of-way that was included. I did see the oil and gas lease, and I did see the oil and gas lease assignment. I did not, however, see the surface use agreement that is being talked about here. Would it be possible to share that surface use agreement so we can see the details of the agreement made with the landowners as well on this? I think that's part of where I have questions on what exactly was agreed to. So I guess I'll start with theirs. Would it be possible to send that SUA?
Yeah, I would like to confirm that with both my client and the landowner, just to confirm that they're fine with disclosing that agreement. I don't anticipate an issue, but I can definitely check into that, Commissioner Cross, and do that probably very expediently. I don't anticipate an issue, but I did, just for confidentiality purposes, I need their approval.
Okay, perfect. And I guess, yeah, my other comment I'll maybe save for deliberations, but I think that was the only question I had.
And I mean, maybe perhaps, Mr. Chair, if I could allow Mr. Dornbos to speak and maybe clarify some of this. I think he did want to add something in further to Mr. Ackerman's point before, if that would be appropriate at this time.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. I do think it's appropriate. Perhaps Mr. Dornbos, you can explain specifically what's in the written variance request, and if what you're going to say here orally is different than what's in the written variance request, then please highlight those differences.
Okay. Before I
Sorry,
do that,
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Dornbos, but I do think maybe, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that we swear in Mr. Dornbos.
I think I'm sworn in, but we do need to swear in Mr. Haag.
Mr. Haag.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dornbos was sworn in. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Dornbos. We can swear in Mr. Haag when it's appropriate.
So in this area, we're planning to develop, it's aeolian wind deposited dunes that are covered with not sparse, but kind of sparse vegetation. It's patchy and the whole area is subject to wind erosion. And when we hired Mr. Haag to go out there and take a look, and we compared his findings with what we were observing in the NRCS records, it was clear that this is valent sand is how it's classified, and it still stands up to that classification. And so in our opinion and assessment and in talks with the landowners, we're trying to avoid disturbing any as much as possible of that valent sand because of the reclamation. So that is the variance request is we're trying to avoid disturbance except where necessary on the drilling pads. That is it. And because it is sand, our assessment is taking the top 6 inches of sand to build a location on sand is not really providing any protection anywhere, and leaving the vegetation that's in place and with some other BMPs would be a more practicable way and protective way of holding the environment in the area rather than being subject to the wind erosion that's super common. So that's what I believe the variance request was submitted for. And I'm maybe my background colored the way that I read it. And so I feel like there's not a point of contention there, but feel free to point out where you see issues and we can discuss them. And if it's permissible, I think it would be great to have a little bit of Mr. Haag's assessment on this ground to kind of help everybody understand what it is we'd be doing if we stripped and how it may be more beneficial to leave everything in place and construct the location on top of what's existing.
And Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, if we could swear in and Dr. Haag and have him speak to that. Real quick, there is one thing I did want to add, Commissioner Ackerman. My statement regarding the more protective, less protective, and more harmful, less harmful that you pointed out was relevant in this case. Our statement is basically that in this case, the request for variance we believe would be more protective. I just wanted to clarify that to make sure I didn't get sideways in my comments. I did just want to address that. In this particular instance, we feel like approval of the variance, that's based again on the testimony of Mr. Dornbos and then Dr. Haag as well, who we'll hear from, and then as well as the service owner's assessment of their own land. That's why the argument was made that it's more protective in this instance, is because based on those 3 individuals' opinions, the people that worked the land and then the 2 scientists that assessed it, the granting of the variance and the activities that we're talking about doing, that would be more protective. So we're not saying the rule itself, we're saying in this instance with particular those 3 locations. I just wanted to clarify that. So if we could get
Mr. McGowan, thank you for that.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do here is I would like to hear from Mr. Haag. I would like him to highlight the specific BMPs that are being proposed in the variance that is more protective than the existing rules in this particular situation, and how the topsoil that is going to be salvaged from underneath the well pad or any situations where there is going to be topsoil is salvaged, what BMPs are being proposed to properly mitigate the impacts associated with the storage of that, or how it's going to be stored properly so it can be utilized in the future. Before we do that, I'd like to ask AAG Mercer to swear you in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mr. Haig. I will just ask you to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth, please.
My name's Lucas Haig, and I swear to state the truth.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts with you on this topic. Just a little bit of background, maybe to give you an idea where I'm coming from. So, as was mentioned, I hold a PhD in agronomy. I'm a tenured faculty member at Kansas State University, although I'm appearing to you today as an independent consultant. I've spent my entire professional career working in the High Plains region, and I think I also have a unique perspective to this case. I grew up, my family's farming and ranching operation. We spent the better part of 2 generations trying to remediate damaged soils from oil and gas activity. And so I have a sensitivity to this issue and trying to find paths forward. So with reference to the topic at hand, so again, we visited the site and have done a fair bit of work with that, and especially on the erosion side. The one thing I wanted to bring out that does exist in that report is some computer simulation modeling we did looking at the erodibility of those soils and what that exposure would be if that entire 5-point-some acre area was cleared for that period of time until remediation was established. As Mr. Dornbos mentioned, the valent sand, even valent sand loams, are highly eroded and hard to regain cover on. I know the commissioner asked me to speak about the BMPs on salvaged topsoil, and that goes back to a comment that Dr. Arthur made, and she's very correct in the seeds and that surface level of thatch and how important that is to a reclamation effort. Our challenge here, as we mentioned, what is that definition of topsoil? And that's very hard to define at this site because it's essentially, that thatch and maybe the top 3/4 of an inch of the soil. And so that's part of what I think plays into my belief that minimizing disturbance at this site is important. Is it's not physically practical to separate that top 3/4 of an inch of soil that has that seed, that has the thatch, and those important things. And so the idea of scraping this down to an arbitrary 6 inches would be, I think, one of the most damaging things we could do at this site. A few things I wanted to hit on. I looked at the response from ECOC technical staff on the variance in their recommendation. They mentioned that the reason for salvaging topsoil only dealt with potential loss of soil moisture, and that is part of my analysis. But as I mentioned, that scalping of the soil surface and the potential for erosion is really one of my larger concerns. And it's a dry land environment. Getting that rangeland reestablished is going to be quite challenging. It really would be an unnecessary step to clear that surface. On the topic of compaction, I think there's some things that can be done there in terms of minimizing the footprint of the rig, and I think that's already has been established. The idea that leaving soil, I guess I disagree a bit with the premise that we're going to have more compaction by working over the soil than we would by removing this soil and then replacing it back. That's actually a pretty key step when you're purposely trying to compact ground, is to remove it and add it back in layers. And so by scalping this surface, by taking the 6 inches, we would destroy what little soil structure we have in a sand or sandy loam type soil. So in my opinion, that would be a step backwards for the physical properties of the soil. So we're going to lose that root biomass. We're going to lose that surface residue. We're going to lose all those things that help cushion the impact of human activity on compaction. On the topic of weed infestation and the use of manure, that was also brought up. I think in general, Dr. Arthur would agree, manure can be a very useful resource. I agree with their concern on weeds. However, it's become pretty common in the agricultural industry for manure to be composted. And if that's done properly, raised a high enough temperature, we can eliminate that weed pressure concern. And I think the landowner operator at the site would be well aware of that capability. On the topic of weeds, though, this is actually where, again, if we clear that entire site, I think we've actually, that's a much higher risk for invasion from weeds and from other non-desirable species than would be the use of manure. By completely clearing that surface and the delayed time it's going to take to reestablish it, we've completely opened that door to colonization by weeds and undesirables. I'd argue that's actually a higher risk type scenario. In the response from ETOC technical staff, they provided several photographs showing potential concerns that could happen at a well site. Several of these, related to spilled drilling fluids, et cetera. I think, with the closed loop system, that mitigates that concern. And I would just go back to, if we look at, as Ms. Donahue laid out in the presentation, that entire site, we're a little over 5 acres, that potentially we would be scalping that whole surface of versus just the drilling area, which I don't know the exact area, but my understanding from the folks at St. Croix is we're talking a significantly smaller area for that. And so I think it goes into a little bit of, from my perspective, balancing risk here, because certainly those things can happen at a drilling site where there's spills, et cetera. But again, I take you back to the fact that there's essentially, for practical purposes, no topsoil at this site. We're talking about a highly permeable sandy soil. And so in the event of a spill, that impact is going to be the same whether we strip the top 6 inches away or not. It's going to require the same remediation whether we take the top 6 inches away or not. And so do you knowingly strip that entire 5-acre area, knowing that you're putting it at high risk of struggling to get it rehabilitated? Or do we just deal with things on a smaller scale, leave the area intact, and if something happens, we deal with that on a site-specific basis? In my mind, that would be a clear approach. I think we either know you're going to do significant damage on 5 acres of ground, or you see and with good operation, hopefully have no issues on a very small piece of ground. So in summary, the intent of the rules, facilitate that reclamation. I think the best thing we can do to retain the integrity of the soil, the existing microbial communities, the existing plant communities, those native seed sources, is to not disturb that area or disturb it as minimally as possible. Any removal of the surface soil in excess of the absolute minimum is going to have long-term negative consequences, and frankly, in my opinion, is about the worst management decision that could be made. I think it's highly unlikely that any remediation procedure after the fact will be able to fully overcome this, maybe with some period of time, but at what time scale and after how much soil loss in the process. And I would close with there are 4 generally accepted principles of soil health: maximize soil cover, minimize soil disturbance, presence of living roots, and maximize biodiversity. And in my view, minimizing disturbance at these proposed sites is the best path forward to meet these 4 principles. And so those are the notes that I had prepared this morning to share with you, commissioners, and certainly happy to stand for questions and be of however further assistance I can.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioners, we're still in the stage where we're asking the applicant questions or any clarifications before moving into deliberations. Does anyone have any further questions? Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this is for Mr. Is it Haig? I feel like we're dealing with dueling opinions here a little bit, but what I think I hear Dr. Arthur saying is compaction is an issue for the health of the root system and whether or not that's going to come back versus taking off that layer of soil and then putting it back on and reseeding. And so if the variance is granted and compaction happens and we don't see regrowth, then what is, in your mind, what is the solution and what is the condition of approval then for the commission to look at?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Yeah, so no, I think that's a great question. I think, you know, the first step is just minimizing the footprint that we're on. And my understanding is, you know, not all of that 5 acres is actually going to be trafficked or actively, you know, used for the operations. Anything we can do to minimize that footprint. Now, there is going to have to be some disturbance, right? The leveling for the actual, for the rig itself. And so I think Dr. Arthur already mentioned, you know, what are the things we can do if we have to remove that soil and bring it back. You know, doing that at a moisture content, cross ripping if needed was mentioned in the BMP. But I think the key is what we're trying to find is the least bad option, right? And so, I mean, there's nothing, in a way, that's what we're doing, and keeping that constrained to the minimum footprint possible. And while trafficking can cause compaction, I think removing that soil and then placing it back in actually has a higher risk of compaction, because we're disturbing the structure of that soil. And like I said, that's exactly, you know, when we're building road beds for roads and buildings, that's what you do, is you remove soil and you layer it back in to compact. And so I don't disagree with, you know, the methods that, you know, have been laid out as BMPs. I think I'm just saying we need to recognize that that's the least bad option. And so let's constrain that to the minimum footprint necessary and leave as much of the site in native range as possible. Is that helpful?
Yeah, yes, thank you. So I'd like to give Dr. Arthur an opportunity to maybe explain kind of her viewpoint and her, I guess I'm going to call it on the ground experience, because these can't be the only operators that have been drilling in this geographic area, and then maybe what we see as a commission and what our staff sees. So I would really like her insight.
Dr. Arthur?
So I agree with much of, I'm sorry, I'm bad with names, Dr. Haggis said. Minimization of disturbance is a really good idea. The roadability of the soil is an issue, but the COGC or the ECMC requires BMPs for reducing that erodibility, whether it's wind or water. I don't necessarily agree that during the drilling operations there would be, I don't think it's a great idea if there is a spill for a lot of infiltration of that material through the sand, that's a potentially good idea. What I'm really looking for is a condition of approval. And what we asked the operator for was, how are they going to protect the soil that has not been salvaged from the issues associated with compaction and spills that
I think
with minimization of disturbance is a good idea, especially on these balanced sands. I agree. If we can do that properly.
Go ahead, Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Dr. Arca, I think what I hear you saying is staff might be open to this concept, but don't feel that we have appropriate conditions of approval in place as part of this variance request to assure that if all does not go as planned, that we have best management practices in place to remediate. Oh, and I think she's frozen.
So Commissioner McGowan, and if Dr. Arthur comes back, so Dr. Arthur, you froze there for a second. Did you hear Commissioner McGowan's statement?
Yes, and I agree with what she said. Yes.
Mr. Chair.
So, hang on, Mr. McGowan. Commissioners, I'm gonna suggest something here. I think we've got two potential path forwards here. I think we've got an opportunity to continue down the road and make a decision on the whole application. We could certainly go down the road and make a decision on the application without the variance and make a decision on the variance at a later date. We could also stay the whole application until we get more clarity on the variance request. And so a continuance to the next meeting or whenever additional clarity can be provided on the variance request. Do commissioners have thoughts on a potential path forward here? Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be more in favor of staying, and part of the reason would be in favor of that is I feel like trying to make a decision on the application as a whole, even if we set the variance aside, I feel like they're sort of intertwined in what we'd be approving. And so I would have personally a hard time approving something or potentially approving something that might not fit with what the landowner agrees with. That could cause problems. So in that sense, I'd be in favor of staying. I do want to also note that in potentially staying this application until we get a little bit more information, I would also be interested to know from Dr. Arthur and her team specifically what a condition of approval might look like tied to that, to the variance, to have the BMPs with it, because I admittedly am not quite sure what that would look like at this point in time.
Thanks, Commissioner Cross.
Mr. Chair, I may just be able to short circuit this if you'll permit me 1 minute. Is
Sure,
there a chance that we could get Miss Arthur to give us a COA and I could call my client? I mean, we could effectively, because I know that we would like to proceed at least on the permit, but if she has a COA, we might be able to just mitigate the discussion, because and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Arthur, but it's my understanding that you're wanting a COA, as you said, for in case something goes wrong. Do you have a COA? And if you could give us that, we could call our client and we may be able to short circuit this whole situation. Are you open to that, Mr. Chair?
So, Mr. McGowan, I'm generally not going to put staff on the spot to be able to come up with that COA or that specificity in 10 minutes in order to meet your schedule. And so I'll give Dr. Arthur the opportunity to reply to your question, but I also want to hear before that happens from other commissioners to see if they would like to continue this to the next available meeting, or whether they would like to proceed with a decision today, because that will inform next steps. So I've heard from Commissioner Cross, although I see you raising your hand. So if you've got additional thoughts, feel free.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just say with the potential of that path forward proposed by Mr. McGowan, I think one of the concerns I would have as well, again, not knowing exactly what the surface use agreement says, I'd also be curious to know if the COA might also be favored by the landowner as well, and if that would still be workable, because I still think there's some uncertainty with regard to what exactly can or cannot be done, or what may or may not be approved in the process of approving that with the surface use agreement.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. Other commissioners with thoughts? We need to get other thoughts on this. So Commissioner Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I think for me, the difficulty with this situation, well, besides just comprehension, is I don't think we're very far at odds here. I mean, I think that the concepts that have been laid out there, we should avoid stripping vegetation, avoid unnecessary disturbance, avoid compaction, sand loams are hard. I think we're in agreement on all those things. And so I do think at this point, it does take those with expert knowledge deeper than my own, Mr. Haig, Mr. Dornbos, Dr. Arthur, having a sit-down discussion about, what conditions of approval might be acceptable going forward, and might be able to appease the staff's concern and still move forward with the great points that the operator has raised about protection of the soils going forward. And I think that will take some time. And so I'm with you that I don't know that I would, I don't know that we could do that in the next 10 minutes offline. I do think it's going to require a little bit of time and discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Commissioner McGowan, your thoughts?
I agree with Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you for that. Ms. Donahue, I'll give you a chance to share your thoughts, but we're going to take some action here pretty soon. And commissioners, I also want to make sure that you don't have any additional questions for this operator on topics not related to the variance that could get asked now before we take any action. So Ms. Donahue?
Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to let you know that I had pulled up the surface use agreement that was included with the variance package and the OGDP. I could share my screen if that would help clarify for commissioners what it's stated in the surface use agreement regarding the topsoil.
Okay, I'm gonna have you hold off on that right now, but thank you for that. Commissioner Ackerman, you had your hand raised about any other questions you may have regarding this application before we talk further about the variance.
Yes, thank you for providing an opportunity to do that, Mr. Chair. I just want to make two clarifying statements, not necessarily questions, and wanted to talk about 2 points. First of all, if Prairie Ridge 1 is unsuccessful, my understanding that it will be properly plugged and abandoned as per commission rules. And also that the operator understands that in the event of the encountering of any natural gas, that no flaring or release of natural gas is allowed. And unless there are refutations of those in the future, I just wanted to make sure that we pointed that out here.
Mr. Chair, just to interject, I have received communication from my client. We can move this whole discussion. He's requested I withdraw the variance.
Okay. Thank you for that. So there was a question from Commissioner Ackerman that asked whether the applicant understands whether or not that understands that flaring or venting in the case that natural gas is encountered that is not able to be utilized on site, that the well would be required to be shut in until a gas capture plan was submitted that explained how that gas was going to be utilized. And then Commissioner Ackerman, I'm sorry, I forgot your second question.
Thank you. And then the other clarification was that just clarifying that if the number 1 well proves unsuccessful, that it will be plugged and abandoned as per commission standards.
So does the applicant want to respond to that, Ms. Donahue?
Yes, thank you for the questions, Commissioner Ackerman. St. Croix is aware that of the requirements in the 900 series that should there be natural gas discovered that it's a volume beyond what can be beneficially used on site, the well will be shut in and a Form 4 will be submitted with a revised gas capture plan for how the future disposition of that gas. Additionally, they also do understand that if the Prairie Ridge number 1 is not successful, it will be plugged and abandoned appropriately.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's my understanding now that we've got an application before us that includes no variant or 1 variance request, and that variance request is a payment 20 days prior to construction. The other 2 variance requests, one is a bifurcation of payment schedules, and the other one is a variance from Rule 102B2 and 1003C1 have been removed. And so we're moving forward with additional questions to the operator on the application without those variance requests and any further questions that they may have before we go to deliberation. So Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the efforts to move this forward without the variance. I just kind of come back to, is the surface use agreement still okay? Is the landowner all right without the variance?
It's my understanding that we will take the necessary steps to effectuate the landowner. The landowner is very supportive of the development. On our end, we will ameliorate any concerns. They are aware that this variance was contested, so they're supportive of the development one way or the other. Commissioner Cross, this is a good question, but no, we will address that on the flip side, but no, there's no opposition without the variance based on our conversation with the landowner. They're comfortable moving forward without it.
Commissioner McGowan, do you still have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was the one who submitted the question about wildcatting and what's happened to date with the other submittals from this operator, and I'm not sure I heard from you if the drilling has been done at those other locations and if those wells have been successful or if you found any dry holes. I'm not sure I caught that. I'm wondering if you could tell me the success rate to date and what is the whole picture of what the operator has in mind for developing in this area? And again, I will not be here, so it's up to other commissioners to carry this torch. We have asked other operators who keep kind of dribbling in requests, but in the same area, to maybe give us an idea of at a high level what your future development looks like, so that we have an understanding of how much is happening here and how to put the whole picture together, and how you maybe might be able to look at minimizing impact or combining some of your efforts into something more comprehensive. So that came from me, and I would suggest that maybe that might be helpful, because if this is going to keep coming and we think might be a dry hole, but it might not, and we want this and we don't want that, maybe we could avoid some of this if there was a bigger picture.
Thanks, Commissioner. No, that it's a fair question. So the answer is they have drilled on the other permits. I want to be careful when I speak to the results. I don't know how much I'm supposed to disclose on that, just for proprietary client-based reasons, but I can assure you that they have drilled the other ones and proceeded forward. I do know that some have been dry holes. I will tell you, I think a lot of their plans depend on leases, right? So the way we've always approached these is each individual permit is its own development project, right? That's why we determined that they're wildcats, is so I don't know that there's necessarily an overarching long-term proposal or steps plan. I think it's based on, you know, the company is run, the president is a geologist, and I think he goes through and sees what available leases are and puts together projects. I mean, it's for lack of a better word, it's the literal old school definition of wildcatting, right? You put together a project, you pick the project, you pitch it to other individuals, you put the DSU together, you put the wells you think you want to drill, and you drill them in steps. And so with respect to a long-term overreaching plan, I can't speak to that because I don't know that, and I'm not at liberty to disclose, you know, proprietary stuff, as it were, for long-term development plans, especially with leases and the like. But I can confirm to you that the operator does drill in Washington County. Like you said, all the other permits were in Washington County, and he views each individual permit as its kind of own project, as it were. And then I think, you know, depending on what production results from that, then there may be a long-term, you know, plan or so. So I guess put it this way, we put the DSUs together, we have 3 wells proposed. If he finds, you know, good production in there, you can expect to see us back for, you know, maybe possibly more permits within that DSU. And if they are dry holes, then likely he'll move on to another project. So in terms of, like, this morning, we had a cap for a long-term development plan. I don't think one of those exists. I think it's mainly due to what he leases and what he's able to secure and all the different factors kind of going into those individual projects. Does that answer your question? Albeit I agree it's not perfect, but I think that's what he's getting at.
Commissioner McGowan, do you feel comfortable with that answer?
Yep, not my circus, not my monkey anymore. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Okay, we're gonna move forward to deliberations then. Does anyone want to start out deliberations? Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without the variance being included, I do think that this is an approvable application. I do have some, I guess we'll say, comments about the overall process here. One, I think it's important to include some of those documents, even if they're filed confidentially. For the life of me, as I've been trying to continue to go through, I've still not been able to find the surface use agreement, although Ms. Donahue said that it was included in the application. I only saw Dr. Haig's report as part of the attachment to that variance request. So I do think it's important to, if it's being based off of agreements with landowners, to make sure we understand fully what the landowner thinks. Similarly, I also want to caution operators, whether it's St. Croix or other operators, to not agree to something with a landlord that they can't promise. So I had a lot of heartburn just seeing an agreement in an SUA, or allegedly in the SUA, that says we will get this variance when you can't guarantee that a variance is going to happen. And so that to me was something that was problematic. With regards to the wildcatting, I think looking through the geology and the engineering testimony, I do see why this would still be wildcat. There are some dry holes directly to the northwest of where this was being drilled, but also some holes that at least showed some oil potential in it. And so I understand that, and I understand why they are doing it in a manner that would have trying well number 1 before going for number 2 and 3. I do agree with Commissioner McGowan that it would be helpful to know as much as possible what the future plans are moving forward, depending on what happens with that. But overall, I do think that this is an approvable application without some of the concerns about the variance that were discussed. It is in a remote area. We do have service owner approval for this, and I would be in favor of approving the application.
Any other deliberative thoughts? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks. I won't add a whole lot more, and appreciate Commissioner Cross kicking that off and agree with him as well. And I do think we do from time to time, we do a very good job, I think, of moving applications through and in a complete fashion. And when they get to the commission, they are in great shape in most cases. And I do think that we should just, this is a good illustration of something that I think we were philosophically relatively aligned on, and with a little more time, perhaps could have moved forward with. And I do think it's a good practice to ensure that those discussions are taking place before the commission meeting if we're close on issues, so that we can make sure and vet those out prior to the commission hearing as well. That said, Mr. Chair, I, as the variances have been withdrawn, also am in support of this application.
Any other deliberative thoughts? Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Second. Actually, can I clarify one thing that Commissioner Ackerman said? We still do have the 1 variance.
That's correct. So Commissioner Ackerman, can you modify your motion to include the variance, including the payment of the compensatory mitigation 20 days, no earlier than 20 days prior to construction?
Yes, confirmed. So no less than 20 days as opposed to the standard no less than 30 days. And I was also going to point at AAG Mercer with all of the discussion that's happened to see if that motion needed to be modified in any other way.
You're muted.
I'm sorry about that, doing double mute here today. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. As with Commissioner Messner's friendly amendment there, I am happy with the motion.
And AAG Mercer, we don't have to indicate that the other variance was withdrawn?
It doesn't hurt to, but what's important is what's being approved. So it would just be approval of the application with the 1 variance. And I'll note for the record that the 2 other variance requests, the related to topsoil and the other related to the payments of the wildlife mitigation being split into 2 phases, have both been withdrawn.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Cross, do you second the amended motion?
I do second.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for that long discussion. And next item up on the agenda is docket number 231000325. which is an oil and gas development plan in Rio Blanco County by Anschutz Exploration Company called the Mohi Fed 027-17. Before we get started, we'll go ahead and have AAG Mercer swear in witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pershala, is Ms. Hill the only witness?
Ms. Hill will be presenting, but we will have 4 other members of Anschutz available to answer commissioner questions. So we might as well go ahead and swear them in. It would be Laura Johnson, Whitney Lott, Taylor Levin, and Jason Ekman.
All right, it looks like they're being elevated now. All right, well, good afternoon to the panel. I will go one at a time and just ask you to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. I'll begin with Ms. Hill.
Holly Hill, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Lott?
Whitney Lott, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Levon?
Taylor Levon, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Laura Johnson, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Ekman.
Jason Ekman, I swear to tell the truth.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Pershala, the floor is yours.
Great. If we could bring up our presentation, let's get that started. Very good. Okay. Good afternoon, Acting Chair Mesner and Commissioners. My name is Joe Pershala with Wellborn, Sullivan, Meccan-Tuley, and I'm appearing on behalf of Anschutz Exploration. And I'm pleased to present the Mohi Fed 0297-17 Oil and Gas Development Plan. I'd like to thank the Director and ECMC staff for their work on this application. And of course, I'd like to take this moment just to acknowledge and thank Commissioner McGowan for her many years of dedicated service as a Commissioner, both on the Volunteer Commission and through this professional commission. I do wish you the best in your next chapter with the City and County of Denver. With me today and presenting for Anschutz is Holly Hill of Fielding Hill. She's the regulatory consultant for Anschutz. And also available to answer questions are the following Anschutz representatives: Laura Johnson, Subsurface Manager; Whitney Lott, Senior Landman; Taylor Levon, Senior Operations Engineer; and Jason Ekman, the Regulatory Lead. Anschutz's application requests that the Commission approve an oil and gas development plan covering approximately 2,560 acres. That's for sections 8, 17, 20, and 29, Township 2 North, Range 97 West in Rio Blanco County, Colorado. The application requests that the Commission approve a Form 2A for a new oil and gas location called the Mohi Fed 0297-17 pad. The pad is designed to accommodate 8 horizontal, 2-mile lateral wells to develop and produce oil and gas from the Niobrara Formation. As you will hear, the planned Niobrara Formation development is exploratory and unproven for this area. The location is sited within the mineral development area, all of which is within a larger proposed federal unit, the Saddle Deep Federal Exploratory Unit. With respect to spacing, there is no spacing application associated with the application. Development will be part of the proposed Saddle Deep Federal Exploratory Unit. And with respect to the wells, each well within this oil and gas mineral development area, development plan area, will be subject to the Bureau of Land Management paying well determination. What that means is if it's deemed paying, the wells do become subject to the Saddle Deep Unit Agreement and BLM regulations. If the well is deemed non-paying, Anschutz would then apply to the Commission to establish a spacing unit for any such well. As to leasehold and permitting, Anschutz owns leases from both the BLM as well as fee owners covering the application lands. And pursuant to the federal leases, Anschutz has applied for drilling permits to the BLM to drill the 8 proposed wells. The location is on rural rangeland on federal surface managed by BLM. And Anschutz has worked closely with Colorado Parks and Wildlife regarding this location, which is located within mapped high priority habitat for mule deer winter concentration and mule deer severe winter range. As part of that consultation with CPW, CPW does support the proposed pad, and they have said that it's the best suited alternative to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to wildlife. Anschutz has agreed to avoid construction, drilling, and completion operations during the big game timing stipulations from December 1st through April 30th. Anschutz is also providing CPW with direct and indirect compensatory mitigation fees. It's going to restrict its oil and produced water hauling to daylight hours, and will be using sound mitigation for compressors to reduce noise. CPW did not, however, grant a waiver to Rule 1202D, so Anschutz was required to and did perform an alternative location analysis, which did evaluate 3 alternative locations, all of which are also in high priority habitat. The Commission's review of this application is under Rule 301A, and that's whether the proposed operations will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, and welfare, the environment and wildlife resources, and protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, or soil or biologic resource. As you will hear, Anschutz has evaluated this project with the primary goal of avoiding impacts and thereafter minimizing and mitigating any unavoidable impacts. Consistent with Rule 603E, Anschutz is proposing to use a portion of a previously disturbed, decommissioned location, thereby avoiding some new disturbance and impacts to the environment and wildlife resource. There are no RBUs or other human receptors within 2,000 feet of the location, thereby avoiding impacts to public. Anschutz will utilize existing gas pipeline infrastructure. And this is one point I'd like to clarify from the director recommendation. On pages 2 and 6, it states that the oil will be piped from the location. But as you're going to hear, this project is in the discovery phase, such that Anschutz will not have oil pipeline takeaway at this stage. Both oil and produced water will be hauled away. Fresh water for drilling and completion operations will, however, be piped to the location. And on top of that, Anschutz will deploy enhanced BMPs for the protection of groundwater, including diversion ditches. And these are just some of the BMPs that Anschutz has committed to and will deploy that will protect and minimize and mitigate adverse impacts to public health, safety, and welfare of the environment and wildlife resources. Rio Blanco County is the relevant local government. It does not have oil and gas siting regulations. That said, Anschutz will be working with the county and submit for a county permit prior to construction of the location. There are no proximate local governments. Anschutz has requested one variance. It had a second variance to Rule 406 that has been withdrawn, so it's just the single variance that's on the table today. And that's due to the high priority habitat big game wildlife stipulations. Anschutz can't perform its interim reclamation from December 1st to April 30th, and therefore has requested a variance to Rule 1003B to delay interim reclamation for a period of 18 months from the last activity on the well pad pertaining to the wells. And you'll hear more about the planned operations and working around these wildlife stipulations, which is really causing the need for this variance. Also, as part of the variance, Anschutz has agreed to remit an additional $300,000 in reclamation bonding. With regard to notice, Anschutz has given proper notice pursuant to rules 504A and 303E1, and no petitions or protests have been received. On May 24th, 2024, the director issued the director's recommendation, which does recommend conditional approval of the OGDP, including the variance to Rule 1003B, subject to a condition of approval, which is found on page 5 of the director recommendation, and Anschutz does agree to that condition of approval. Thus, Anschutz is respectfully requesting that the Commission find that the application complies with the Conservation Act and satisfies the Commission rules for approval, that the proposed operations and proposed Mohi-Fed 0297-17 pad, designed to accommodate 8 horizontal wells, does satisfy Rule 301A. And Anschutz further requests that based on those findings, the Commission approve the Mohi-Fed 0297-17 oil and gas development plan and the associated variance to Rule 1003B. And with that, I thank you for your time and pass the presentation to Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Joe. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Holly Hill with Fielding Hill. I'm a regulatory representative for Anschutz. I'm not going to bore you with the objectives we're going to go over. I think Joe laid them out very nicely. I think you've seen Anschutz a few weeks ago with this same introduction on the assets that they operate in. Joe and I will be the main presenters today, but again, we have Laura Johnson, Whitney Lott, Taylor Levon, and Jason Ekman available for questions. As stated, Anschutz is seeking approval for a 2,560 acre spacing unit to develop 8 horizontal wells for the Mohi Fed 029717 OGDP. This location is located in Rio Blanco County in the southwest northeast of Section 17, 2 North, Range 97 West. And again, these horizontal wells will be subject to future BLM paying well determinations for the proposed Saddle Deep federal unit. So a few weeks ago, you saw Anschutz's proposal for a location for the Sylvester OGDP, and we briefly discussed Anschutz's planning in the exploratory phase and then moving into a more stable or a wider production phase where their asset is more realized. This Mohi Fed 029717 is truly a discovery location. It's situated roughly 8 miles south of some of the existing locations they've started to develop. So this is truly considered a discovery location. And that's because these wells are going to test a separate fault block that has not been tested before for this Niobrara formation. However, the good news is that Anschutz did acquire some existing gas infrastructure, and so they're going to be able to tie the gas pipeline into that existing infrastructure. And Laura Johnson's available for any questions on the discovery phase. So the Mohi Fed wells are proposed to be committed to the Saddle Deep Federal Exploratory Unit, which means that if these wells reach a paying well determination, they will be subject to that unit, the unit agreement, and applicable BLM regulations. These wells will be developed in sections 8, 17, 20, and 29, and it is anticipated that they will be paying wells subject to that Saddle Deep Federal Exploratory Unit. However, in the rare event that they are not, Anschutz will come back before the commission to seek a spacing order. This is just a quick snapshot of the proposed overview for this development. Again, this well pad is situated on federal surface, accessing unitized minerals. The BLM APDs are pending. We're expecting to see them in August of 2024, and I will get to that shortly on the next slide. We do expect to see NEPA before those APDs are approved, which we're hoping to see next month. And as previously mentioned, this location is situated in Rio Blanco County, and Anschutz will seek the oil and gas well pad special use permit prior to developing those wells. However, Rio Blanco County does not have siting regulations as to the placement of infrastructure for oil and gas. Anschutz is proposing to develop 8 horizontal wells, and these will be 2-mile laterals targeting the Niobrara Formation for oil and gas. As mentioned, there are 2 phased development plans because of wildlife timing stipulations. Natural gas will be transported off of location by existing pipeline, and oil and produced water will be transported by truck off location. And again, because this is the discovery phase, these initial results will really inform Anschutz on what sort of future infrastructure they may need in the area. And I did gloss over a quick note here. Anschutz does have a road maintenance agreement in place with Rio Blanco County to discuss and review the transportation and trucks in the area. As mentioned, the Mohi Fed 029717 did fall into an ALA criteria for wildlife, for mule deer migration and winter concentration. The site selection process for the Mohi Fed is Anschutz's most important tool in determining how to avoid, minimize, mitigate impacts. And as mentioned, Anschutz was able to use a portion of a decommissioned location to situate this well pad. As you can see from the pictures, it's relatively flat topography, which is pretty rare in this area. And it's a large enough pad to develop those 2-mile laterals, which will hopefully minimize the need to have well pads in the area that would have had to develop a lesser well count. Anschutz was thinking ahead of the game and cited these locations so that they connect to that existing gas infrastructure that they acquired and existing routes that will be utilized in the area. The natural vegetation here is going to provide a good buffer to minimize any interactions with mapped streams. And finally, most importantly, BLM and CPW did agree to the siting that this was the best suited location to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts. All right, this right here is a brief snapshot of the alternative locations that were considered. So the first location is the Mohi Alternate Facility number 1. And so it's the L-shaped location sitting on top of the actual proposed location. And this was looked at to potentially develop more wells and then have facilities over there on the side. However, after looking at this location, the larger footprint of surface disturbance was a concern. And again, this was in an area of high priority habitat, so Anschutz was trying to minimize their footprint as much as possible. The Mohi Alternative 2 location, which is just situated up there in Section 8 and straddling, Section 8, utilizes existing disturbance for roads and pipeline that exist. However, this would have been entirely new surface disturbance, which would have required substantial cut and fill. And there's close proximity to the ephemeral wash out there. And again, it falls into high priority habitat. And I should take a moment to point out, you're kind of seeing some of the bumps on this one-dimensional plat. Those are showing you the actual topography of the terrain here. So as you see, that Mohi Alternative Location number 2 is sort of situated on top of a ridge, but still would have required that substantial cut and fill. And finally, the Mohi Alternative 3 location would have been able to utilize existing disturbance for the roads and pipelines. However, it would have been entirely new disturbance, and again, would have had substantial cut and fill and has close proximity to an ephemeral wash. This is a brief snapshot of the consultation and permitting efforts with the different agencies. And as I mentioned here or previously, the BLM APDs are expected to be approved in August. We're expecting to see NEPA in July. And the reason that Anschutz submitted these APDs after the OGDP was because they had closed on an acquisition in October of 2023 to acquire the leases to develop this area. And they needed to file all of the paperwork to transfer the leases into Anschutz's name, all of the rights of ways. So once that was finished, that task had been completed, then Anschutz sought the APDs. They did visit this location with CPW and BLM, and again, they all agreed to the siting location. Anschutz does not expect anything new that wasn't accounted for in the wildlife management plan or the cumulative impact plan to show up in the NEPA review, which will be provided to the commission. As mentioned, Anschutz is going to develop this location in 2 phases. Again, that's because of the big game winter timing stipulations from December 1st to April 30th. So the first phase here, of course, we're coming up right here on June 15th, so this was the ideal situation at the time. But upon approval, they do plan to construct the location. They would drill and complete these 4 wells outside of this timing stipulation window. And if it happens to be approved later than this, or the construction occurs after that June 15th date, it is Anschutz's commitment to not drill, complete, or construct within those timing stipulations. And this was all negotiated with CPW. Finally, after the timing stipulations are up in 2025, Anschutz would come back and drill and complete those remaining wells. Anschutz will absolutely adhere to Rule 1202A8 for the migratory bird nesting season to avoid removal of vegetation between April 1st or August 31st, or they will conduct a survey prior to doing so. So I know there's been a lot of questions about occupations versus an extension to drilling complete in these windows. And I just want to mention here that CPW and Anschutz came to this agreement after deliberating on the wildlife management plan, that this was the most suitable plan. And typically, if an operator is going to get that drilling and completion extension, an operator would typically offer more compensatory mitigation in those scenarios. Wildlife best management practices here, again, adhering to those big game timing stipulations, no construction, drilling, or completions. And Anschutz agreed to a direct impact of $38,753.33. And Anschutz also agreed to remit an indirect impact payment of $45,592.05. And this indirect impact payment was up in the air. At the time of permitting this location, it was understood that a location had been P&A'd in the density, the 1202 density area. So if that location had been fully reclaimed, Anschutz was not going to be required to pay that $45,000. However, Anschutz has agreed to pay this anyways, as that location is underway on reclamation efforts. And finally, oil and produced water will be restricted to daylight hauling unless there's an upset condition. As mentioned, Anschutz is seeking a variance to Rule 1003B. This is again the timing stipulations from December 1 to April 30th, which delays Anschutz's ability to get in and reclaim those locations, which is required within 6 months of the last activity on rangeland. As such, Anschutz has agreed to pay an additional $300,000 in reclamation bonding. This is a brief snapshot of some of Anschutz's best management practices. As mentioned, the stormwater BMPs that will be in place. A closed loop system will be utilized. Exhaust mufflers will be installed on the engines, as well as sound mitigation around those compressors to reduce noise for nearby wildlife. Natural gas will be piped off, and these wells will be put on SCADA monitoring for remote monitoring and shut-in capabilities. And finally, reclamation will adhere to CPW and BLM requirements to restore the lands. And finally, this is just the summary slide, which concludes our presentation, and we will open it up for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Commissioners, do you have questions for the applicant? Commissioner Ackerman.
Thanks. I have just a couple. And do you have any more knowledge about what the federal approval timeline might look like at this point?
I believe Anschutz checked in with the natural resource specialist this week, and the APDs are on target for an August approval, and they expect to see that NEPA in July.
Thank you. You also mentioned during the presentation that there would be no oil takeaway at this stage, which to me implies oil takeaway in the future. At what stage would that be envisioned, and how would you propose and implement that?
Sure. Yeah, at this period of time, just due to the expiration phase of this development, we don't currently know what the production profile of these wells look like. The nearest pipeline for this area is roughly 30 miles away. So until we know exactly what we have from a production standpoint, we won't be making any move to tie into that line. Ultimately, we'll hopefully get to the point where we could deem that production is sufficient enough to tie into that line. But in the meantime, it just isn't possible.
Understood. Thank you. And same question for water takeaway. I didn't hear an implication that there would be water takeaway at any point. The intent is to truck water. Is that correct?
At this point, correct.
Sorry, I'll mention, Commissioner Ackerman, that Anschutz is in the process of permitting several injection wells, which at some point or other, infrastructure would be put in place to pipe produced water to those locations.
Understood, but not being proposed at this stage.
No, it's again discovery. So they'd like to see what comes out of those wells to determine what sort of infrastructure would be needed.
Gotcha. Thanks. That's all, Mr. Chair.
I'm gonna ask just a couple of questions. And going along the same lines as Commissioner Ackerman, understanding that this is an exploratory situation, and I understand that, but many operators in the general area of this, once they've determined that there's enough production to warrant it, have contemplated pretty elaborate systems of produced water collection, storage, and potential reusing of that produced water for future developments. Is there any contemplation for this particular area, should it be successful, to continue those significant efforts that were taken by other operators in the Piceance Basin?
Yes, so I would say, Anschutz is definitely looking at that opportunity. It does make a lot of sense in the long run. A lot of the other operators in the Piceance Basin are developing those historically rich natural gas wells, and the water infrastructure has taken a long time to build. So those mechanisms are in place, but I would say Anschutz is definitely looking at all of their options to make everything more efficient and better for the environment.
I appreciate that. And then as we look at truck trips and daylight hours, and again, I know that this may not be an answerable question because it's a exploratory well, but understanding typical production curves associated with kind of nearby areas. What are some anticipated truck trips, annually or daily, I mean, that we can anticipate some of the highest production timelines, understanding that you're contemplating only allowing those truck trips to occur on during daylight hours?
So currently, just due to the exploratory nature, we don't currently know what these wells are capable of producing. On average, we're estimating that we'll be seeing roughly one truck over the course of its life. That is obviously front loaded and probably on the conservative side of the production side of things. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we'll probably see one truck a day.
Okay, thanks. Any other commissioners with questions? All right, we'll move on to the deliberative phase. Does anyone want to kick us off? Commissioner Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the questions that you asked, and I feel like we're of the same mind here in that there are some good protective things in this application. As was noted, it avoids activities during big game timing limitations period, and also hauls during daylight hours only, has some piping of fresh water in and then takeaway for gas. But as pointed out by you, Mr. Chair, it does admittedly forego some of the typical practices in the area that we see as best management practices protective of wildlife, particularly in high priority habitats, and that would be the trucking of oil and the piping of oil and the piping and reuse of produced water. Trucking both of those substances is not ideal, but it is allowed. And as you noted, this is an exploratory location. I, as one commissioner, would, if this location is found to be significantly successful, I would be less permissive about a second location that didn't include some of those stronger protective measures within HPH. But I find it acceptable in an exploratory well, and not just acceptable, but reasonable. This is a federal project, therefore NEPA applies. And I'm also in support of the variance associated with interim reclamation and don't have any issues with that. We've seen this before and appreciate the continuance of the additional bonding of $300,000 associated with that. I appreciate the clarification on the compensatory mitigation. I think I understand that as well. And in the end, I am supportive of this moving forward as an exploratory well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Other deliberative thoughts? I'll throw my 2 cents in along with Commissioner Ackerman. Like I indicated, I acknowledge and appreciate that this is an exploratory well, and so certain infrastructure that would typically be associated with development in this general area is not being contemplated here. And like Commissioner Ackerman, if this was successful and there were future applications, contemplation of the necessary infrastructure in order to be able to look at produced water reuse and recycling, eliminating truck trips by having oil and natural gas takeaway and other elements, I think would be important. But again, this is an exploratory well, and so I certainly grant some leeway in this particular situation. And also appreciate the operator's contemplation of truly adhering to the timing stipulations for all 3 phases of development and not just construction, as impacts are equally, if not more, associated with the drilling and completions phases as it is with the construction phases. And so I think it's a good proposal to have 2 different occupations, truly memorializing the timing stipulations that are in place. And so I do appreciate that and find it to be an approvable application as well. If there's no further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I'd move for approval of the application with the requested variance and the listed conditions of approval.
And I'll second.
A motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is there any opposed? That motion carries and the application is approved. Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you very much.
Next up on the agenda is our last agenda item, which is docket number 231100358, which is the oil and gas development plan in Weld County by Kerr McGee Oil and Gas Onshore. And the name is the Hickory OGDP. Let's take a 5-minute break. We can get folks on the panel and then we can swear in witnesses. With the last docket on our agenda, I think I've already indicated the docket number. As we start into this docket, I do understand that Mr. Noto is wanting to share some information regarding the OGDP or the director's recommendation. So I will give Mr. Noto the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners and members of the public. I'm John Noto, one of the location assessment supervisors. This is a brief note regarding the Kerr McGee Hickory OGDP director's recommendation. The director's recommendation states that Kerr McGee has confirmed 2 of the RBUs within 2,000 feet are unoccupied and will not be occupied in the future. Kerr McGee has asked ECMC staff to clarify that there is only one written confirmation that an RBU will be unoccupied and will not be occupied in the future. So that difference is going from 2 RBUs to 1 where they have confirmed. Kerr McGee has also provided an updated cumulative impacts plan that has a small correction regarding the number of acres that will be reclaimed. This updated cumulative impacts plan will be attached to the Form 2A after the conclusion of this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noto. Any commissioners with questions? I appreciate you being here with us today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a reappearance of Mr. Maxey, who is the Director and Local Government Designee for Weld County Oil and Gas Energy Department. Welcome, Mr. Maxey.
Thank you very much, Chairman Messner and fellow commissioners. We always appreciate our time to be able to speak with you for a few minutes regarding the Weld County process. As mentioned, I am Jason Maxey, the Director for the Weld County Oil and Gas Energy Department. And my comments for this docket item in front of you right now will be a little bit shorter than the prior one. This is in regards to Kerr-McGee's Hickory Oil and Gas Development Plan, and just highlighting some of the dates and high-level information for your benefit that we went through at the local process. So our department held a pre-application meeting for the Hickory location on July 19th of 2023. Attendees for that meeting included Kerr-McGee staff, Oil and Gas Energy Department staff, some additional Weld County Department staff, specifically Public Works and Environmental Health, and ECMC staff as well. CPW was not able to attend this meeting. The 1041 WOGLA application for the Hickory was received on December 15th of 2023. And during that application time period, as per our process, we open it up to public comment, similar to how you all do, but we did not receive any public comments nor any questions or comments regarding intervention during our hearing process for this location. The hearing was held on March 14th of 2024, so just a few months back, and our hearing officer approved the permit at that hearing. He issued a final order after the hearing, and that has been recorded with the Weld County Clerk and Recorder, and it was noticed in the Greeley Tribune on April 12th of 2024. And that approval, as you all know, that approval and that recording of such and notification creates a vested property right pursuant to Colorado revised statutes. The approved Weld County 1041 WOGLA permit and Kerr-McGee's commitment to best management practices, in our opinion and in our review, will protect the health, safety, security, and general welfare of the present and future residents of Weld County, while also protecting both the environment and wildlife. As you all know, our permit is valid for 3 years, and construction needs to commence within that time frame, or else Kerr-McGee will need to ask for a extension on that permit. And if they don't, the permit will then expire. So in our opinion, due to the fact that Kerr-McGee has completed the 1041 WOGLA application process, a final order has been issued, recorded, and legally published. We have no additional concerns with the pending ECMC OGDP in front of you. We have read through the director's recommendation. We have received that. We heard Mr. Noto's slight corrections to that just a few minutes ago and have no questions about that either. And we would be in favor of your consideration for approval today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxey. Commissioners, anyone have questions for Mr. Maxey? Seeing none, we will move on to Ms. Weslinki, and the floor is yours. Well, hang on. Before that, we've got to swear in the 70 witnesses that we have on my screen. So AAG Mercer, I give the floor to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the panel. If I could ask you all to turn on your cameras so I can see you, we'll get going in just a moment. Okay, well, thank you. I will go one by one and ask you to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. I'll begin with Ms. Falbo.
My name is Amber Falbo, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Altenberg.
My name is Corey Altenberg. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Rowley.
My name is Margaret Rowley, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Reimer.
Joe Freemer, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Crouch.
My name is Tom Crouch. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Seastrom.
My name is Ryan Seastrom, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Clark.
Sarah Clark, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson.
Justin Nelson. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Griffin.
Byron Griffin. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Lytle.
Andy Lytle. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Hess.
William Hess. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Crowder.
David Crowder. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Schlichtemeyer.
Chad Schlichtemeyer, swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Wazelenki, have I sworn everyone in?
Yes, you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Weslinky, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We do have a PowerPoint, so we will get that up and then I will get started. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kelsey Wazalinki with Jost Energy Law, and with Jamie Jost, we represent Kerr-McGee in the Hickory OGDP before you today in docket 2311-00358. We would like to thank Mr. Maxey for his remarks today and Weld County for their participation through the WOGLA process and support of this OGDP. And we'd also like to thank ECMC staff and their director for their efforts on this OGDP, and also Mr. Noto for the clarifications on the director recommendation. Next slide. The Hickory OGDP proposes one new oil and gas location to develop a total of 12 new horizontal wells within one proposed drilling and spacing unit, developing 1,760 mineral acres for the Niobrara, Fort Hays, Codell, Carlisle, and Sharon Springs formations. The requested Form 2A for the Hickory 10-34HZ pad is located in Weld County, and as Director Maxey indicated, the 1041 WOGLA was approved in March of 2024. The proposed Hickory pad triggers two ALA criteria. First, the proposed location is upgradient from a delineated wetland. Kerr-McGee is committed to complying with all protective requirements associated with the siting of the location upgradient from a wetland, and we'll review these in detail today. And second, there are 9 residential building units within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface. 6 of the 9 RBUs are located more than 2,000 feet from the proposed wells, tanks, separation equipment, and compressors pursuant to Rule 604(b)(3). And 2 of the 9 RBUs have provided informed consent, and 1 of the 9 RBUs is uninhabited. Because 1 RBU is located approximately 1,872 feet from the proposed wells, tanks, separation equipment, and compressors without informed consent, Kerr-McGee will present this OGDP under the Rule 604(b)(4 substantial equivalence standards. To highlight a few of these standards, I'll provide a brief summary. First, the director determined that the OGDP complies with all applicable requirements of the Commission's rules and recommends approval. Second, the design of the location, BMPs, and technology avoid, minimize, and mitigate adverse impacts considering the subsurface geology, technology, and topography, the location of receptors, and the size, duration, and intensity of all phases of operation. Specifically, the use of a tankless design, Group 3 drilling fluid, Tier 4 or equivalent engines for completions, a rig's power supplied by 2 natural gas engines with a battery energy storage system, and the plugging and abandonment of multiple wells and facilities. Third, Weld County, as the relevant local government, has approved the 1041 WOGLA permit, which is a vested property right. Fourth, Kerr-McGee performed a detailed ALA for the location and determined that the proposed location is the most protective to capture the mineral acreage, to avoid impacts to sensitive receptors, and where such impacts cannot be avoided, to minimize and mitigate such potential impacts. Fifth, with respect to the related oil and gas location siting and infrastructure, Kerr-McGee's use of existing infrastructure for this OGDP minimizes impacts and increases consolidation. Further, Kerr-McGee commits to plug and abandon 20 existing wells and remove 10 facilities, which will reclaim an estimated 9.9 acres. After interim reclamation, Kerr-McGee will have reclaimed approximately 5 more acres than the Hickory OGDP has disturbed. 6, with respect to oil and gas facility design, Kerr-McGee avoids impacts with a tankless design and will minimize impacts with a closed loop system and oil pipeline takeaway. With respect to produced water takeaway, Kerr-McGee conducted a substantial analysis of the direct and indirect impacts associated with the feasibility of produced water pipeline and determined that there are fewer impacts associated with trucking produced water from this location. And 7th, with respect to community engagement, Kerr-McGee has had significant engagement with all nearby RBUs and will explain this engagement in the presentation today. So with that summary, I will now turn it over to Sarah Clark.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Clark, and I'm a geologist with Kerr-McGee. I'll be reviewing our proposed Hickory OGDP with you today. We'd like to extend our thanks to ECMC and Weld County staff for their hard work on this application. Today, I will cover a variety of topics, including best management practices, siting considerations, air monitoring, and community outreach. The Hickory OGDP consists of one location, the Hickory 10-34HZ, which will be used to develop 1,760 acres with 12 wellbores. This location has 9 RBUs within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface, and the working pad surface is immediately up gradient of a wetland. Therefore, this OGDP will be presented to you under 604B4 standards. Next. Kerr-McGee began working on this OGDP almost a year ago, and our 1041 WOGLO was approved in March of this year. There were no public comments or petitions filed for this OGDP. Next. The Hickory location is proposed in the northwest quarter of the southeast quarter of Section 34, Township 3 North, Range 67 West, and Weld County is the relevant local government. 2 of the 9 RBUs within 2,000 feet of the location have signed informed consent, and there is 1 confirmed unoccupied RBU. Additionally, all RBUs apart from 3 are further than 2,000 feet from wells, tanks, and separation equipment. 2 of these 3 RBUs have signed informed consent, leaving 1 RBU triggering Rule 604B4 substantial equivalent standards. The location is up gradient of a wetland, and Kerr-McGee has obtained a CPW waiver for Rule 1202A3 for this. There are no other 304B2B criteria triggered at this location. Next slide. Because the review of this proposed Hickory pad falls under Rule 604B4, we will walk through the substantial equivalence elements for this OGDP. Next slide. Our presentation today will summarize how the Hickory OGDP meets the categories of information set forth in Rule 604B4 A through G, as well as other relevant information that will allow us to protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. Next slide. The requirements for 604B4 and the categories of information that the Commission will consider under substantial equivalence are summarized here for reference. Next slide. The first consideration under subsection A is the Director's recommendation. The Director has recommended approval of the Hickory OGDP and specifically finds that the OGDP complies with all applicable requirements of the Commission's rules. Next slide. Subsection B considers the location design, BMPs, technology, and COAs to avoid, minimize, and mitigate adverse impacts. Next slide. Oh, I think you are a slide ahead, Ryan. Or that's sorry, okay. Kerr-McGee will use a multi-well pad that employs advanced drilling techniques and extended reach horizontal wellbores. The location is outside of high priority habitat and floodplains and will use our oil tankless facility at this location. Next slide. Oil and gas gathering will eliminate on-site oil storage tanks, which account for the largest source of emissions on location. Together with our water on demand system, over 158,000 truck trips will be removed at the Hickory location. Next slide. Kerr-McGee will use Tier 4 or equivalent engines for completions. Rig power will be supplied by 2 natural gas engines with a battery energy storage system. As necessary, a diesel generator will be used to supplement additional power during the highest demand portions of the wells, and an automated engine management system will be implemented for increased efficiency and reduced emissions. We have committed to 7 Ozone Action Day BMPs during our CDPHE consultation, including committing to adjusting construction schedules to postpone non-essential construction work on Ozone Action Days. We are the lowest GHG intensity operator in Colorado and continually work to reduce our emissions. Next slide. High priority habitat is avoided at the Hickory location, and raptor surveys will be performed prior to construction, and CPW will be consulted as needed. Next. Construction will take place during daylight hours with no need for lighting. During drilling, completions, and flowback, Kerr-McGee will use LED lights at the minimum acceptable level for safe operations that will be directed inward and downward at task areas. If a complaint is received, Kerr-McGee will address the complaint and work with all parties to ensure resolution. To mitigate noise, Kerr-McGee will place 1,112 feet of sound wall on the full south side and portions of the west and east sides of this location. Next slide. The haul route has been reviewed by Weld County and will direct traffic away from urban and residential areas. The BMPs and location design Kerr-McGee intends to employ here will eliminate nearly 159,000 truck trips. The Integrated Operations Center also helps to limit traffic by allowing Kerr-McGee personnel to remotely turn wells and equipment on and off, measure tank levels, and verify pressures and temperatures. Next slide. All oil-based drilling fluids will be Group 3, reducing odors on site. Kerr-McGee has submitted numerous plans for review with BMPs that expand upon further avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures. Next slide. Subsection I of Rule 604B4B considers how geology, technology, and topography influence efforts to avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential impacts. Next slide. The Longmont Fault runs through the northern portion of the Hickory DSU. This is a major basement-involved fault with up to 160 feet of throw in this area. Drilling from south to north in the Hickory DSU allows Kerr-McGee to minimize interaction with this fault, reducing drilling uncertainty and complexity as much as possible. Next slide. During completions, Kerr-McGee will use technologies such as a quiet completions fleet with a containerized sand and proppant delivery system, water on demand system, and Tier 4 or equivalent engines. Next. Changes to topography during all phases have been designed to produce stormwater runoff patterns consistent with existing conditions by following Weld County Public Works stormwater criteria. Next slide. Rule 604B4B also considers the location and proximity of receptors. Next slide. There are 9 RBUs within 2,000 feet of the Hickory working pad surface, which are mainly concentrated to the south of the location. We have received informed consent from 2 RBU owners, including the surface owner at this location and the closest RBU to the working pad surface. One RBU owner has provided written confirmation that the residence is unoccupied and they expect it to remain so indefinitely. 6 of 9 RBUs are outside of the 2,000-foot buffer from proposed wells, tanks, separation equipment, and compressors. And of the 3 RBUs within this buffer, 2 have signed informed consent. Next slide. The last category under 604B4B considers the size, duration, and intensity of all phases of operations and any opportunities to consolidate or minimize surface facilities. Next. The Hickory pad will be reclaimed from 12.38 acres during initial disturbance to 4.93 acres after interim reclamation. Kerr-McGee intends to remove 20 wells and 10 facilities with this OGDP. Stakeholders were very pleased during our community outreach to hear about the wells and facilities within their neighborhood that will be removed with this development. Next slide. Kerr-McGee's intended development schedule is shown here, and faster drilling speeds and improved technological capabilities result in less time spent on the Hickory location. Next slide. The third subsection of Rule 604B4 considers the relevant local government siting disposition. Weld County approved the 1041 Wogla siting permit after a robust local government process. Next slide. The pre-application meeting for this location was held in July of 2023, and the Wogla hearing was held in March of 2024. There were no applications for intervention, and the Wogla was approved. Next slide. Kerr-McGee also consulted with CDPHE before and after filing this OGDP. We have committed to 31 BMPs at this location, including using Tier 4 or equivalent engines for completions and eliminating oil storage on location. Next slide. The fourth category of information under the substantial equivalence standard is the alternative location analysis, which aids the Commission in determining what constraints or opportunities exist in the siting process. Next slide. Kerr-McGee submitted an alternative location analysis for this pad due to the RBUs near Hickory and its location up gradient from a wetland. 4 alternatives to the preferred Hickory location were considered. Alternative location 34 has 2 RBUs within 2,000 feet and is located within a delineated wetland. There is also a drainage canal running through the central portion of this location. We were unable to come to an agreement with the surface owner here. Alternative location 27 has 3 RBUs within 2,000 feet, and a larger surface disturbance would be required for 12 additional wells to drill north and south and capture 100% of this DSU. Additionally, a NWI-defined riverine corridor runs through this location. Alternative location 15 Southwest has 1 RBU within 2,000 feet, and the location is approximately 48 feet from a down gradient freshwater pond. Alternative location 15 Southeast also has 1 RBU within 2,000 feet and is approximately 33 feet from Beeman Ditch to the east. For both alternative location 15 Southwest and Southeast locations, there is increased operational uncertainty created by placing the heels of the wellbores around the Longmont Fault. The Hickory location is the most protective location that allows development of the full DSU with the least risk and minimal surface disturbance. Next slide. One of the ALA criteria mitigated at the Hickory location is wetland proximity. Next. Kerr-McGee has received a CPW waiver for Rule 1202A3 that prohibits operators from situating new staging or refueling or chemical storage areas within 500 feet of the ordinary high water mark of any river, perennial or intermittent stream, lake, pond, or wetland. CPW signed this waiver for Hickory due to Kerr-McGee's best management practices and favorable site characteristics. The Lupton Bottoms ditch is only 20 feet from the working pad surface, but it is up gradient from the location. A wetland to the north and northeast of the location is within 500 feet of chemical storage. However, the proposed outlet of the pad will take any chemical sedimentation down gradient and away from the wetland. Additionally, chemical totes used on site have built-in secondary containment and are made of steel for increased protection. Next slide. The 5th category of Rule 604B4 considers how proposed new locations fit with nearby existing locations and infrastructure. Next slide. Kerr-McGee will use existing infrastructure, including hydrocarbon pipelines, our water on demand pipeline network, and our integrated operations center. This infrastructure will remove over 158,000 truck trips associated with Hickory development. Next. Kerr-McGee has evaluated existing wellbores up to 3,000 feet away from the planned Hickory wells for zonal isolation. We commit to plug and abandon 20 existing wells and remove 10 facilities throughout the surrounding area, reclaiming an estimated 9.9 acres within 1 year of turning the new wells over to production. After interim reclamation, Kerr-McGee will have reclaimed nearly 5 more acres than this OGDP has disturbed. Next slide. Additionally, reclamation of 20 wells and 10 facilities will remove 396 annual truck trips, 17 oil tanks, and 13 water tanks. This will result in the reduction of 4.39 tons per year of NOx, 17.01 tons per year of VOCs, 4.35 tons per year of carbon monoxide, and 0.25 tons per year of benzene. Next slide. The 6th category under Rule 604B4 considers how the facility design avoids, minimizes, or mitigates potential impacts to nearby residential building units. Next slide. The oil tankless facility design at the Hickory location eliminates the need for permanent or temporary oil storage tanks at the facility, which is the largest emission source on location and eliminates over 42,000 truck trips. Next slide. We can minimize impacts by significantly reducing our disturbance areas after interim reclamation, and locations will be inspected for gas leaks using infrared cameras and AVO inspections through at least the first year of production. Next slide. We scoped the possibility of produced water takeaway to the nearest disposal well and determined that trucking water would create fewer impacts here. Some of the anticipated impacts associated with installing a produced water pipeline include 27 acres of disturbance across 16 parcels passing 26 RBUs. This would require 4 county road borings, 2 ditch crossings, and would disrupt approximately 1.3 miles of disproportionately impacted community. Next slide. The final consideration under Rule 604B4 is community outreach and the extent of communication between Kerr-McGee and people who live and work near the proposed locations before and during operations. Next slide. Our outreach at the Hickory location includes door-to-door efforts, online community meetings, in-person meetings, and mailed courtesy and required information. Next slide. This is a summary of our engagement to date. Our stakeholder relations team is a dedicated resource for all stakeholders from the initial planning stages through the entire life of the wellbores. We go above and beyond to make sure stakeholders can easily reach us to ask questions and share feedback. Next. The next 2 slides are a summary of our specific interactions with stakeholders around the Hickory location. As mentioned before, stakeholders were very pleased to hear about the number of wells and facilities in their area we'll be removing with this development. These conversations have led to 2 signed informed consents from the closest RBUs to the location. Next slide. Our team offered and conducted a virtual community meeting for those around the Hickory location. The single attendant was a stakeholder whose home is just outside of the 2,000-foot buffer, and they were very complimentary of our outreach and the development plan at Hickory. Next slide. These last few slides summarize the mitigation hierarchy and how the siting, design, BMPs, and other factors meet the substantial equivalence standards. As mentioned throughout the presentation, Kerr-McGee has robust BMPs, including the use of Tier 4 or equivalent engines for completions and committing to 7 ozone action day BMPs during our CDPHE consultation. We will avoid high priority habitat and floodplain at this location, and we will install earthen berms on down gradient portions of the location to direct runoff to approved outlets and away from down gradient wetlands. Next slide. We will use Group 3 mud, eliminating odors and emissions. Kerr-McGee commits to plug and abandon 20 older wells and eliminate 10 existing production facilities in the area, reducing visual fragmentation by reclaiming 9.9 acres. Next slide. Sound walls will be placed around 3 sides of the location to reduce noise and visual disturbance to receptors during drilling and completions. We will use sand enclosures during completions to minimize silica dust. Kerr-McGee will use LED lights that will be angled inward and downward, so receptors should not experience any major lighting changes. Next slide. Our site-specific air monitoring plan was approved by CDPHE in April of this year. We will have air monitoring in place during drilling completions and the first 6 months of production, and reports will be submitted at the end of each month to CDPHE and posted to the Oxy stakeholder website. Next slide. We've been conducting air monitoring using our approved field-wide program since 2020. And this includes continuous VOC and benzene monitoring. Next slide. Over 10,000 benzene samples have been collected, with all results significantly below health guidance values. And with that, I'll now turn the presentation back over to Ms. Wazelinski to describe the DSU's summary and requested relief. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. The Hickory OGDP includes a request to establish an approximate 1,760 acre drilling and spacing unit and approve 12 new horizontal wells for the Niobrara, Fort Hays, Codell, Carlisle, and Sharon Springs formation. The DSU application is supported by land, regulatory, geology, and engineering testimony, including the requested reduced subsurface setbacks. Next slide. As a summary of the Hickory OGDP, I'll note just a few highlights. Kerr-McGee noticed the OGDP pursuant to ECMC rules, and no petitions or public comments were submitted to the OGDP. Again, Weld County approved the 1041 WOGLA permit for the Hickory location, creating a vested property right. The location's siting and best management practices avoid, minimize, and mitigate temporary impacts to the community and to the environment and provide substantially equivalent protections to all sensitive receptors. The OGDP consolidates operations to one well pad to capture 1,760 mineral acres in total. And finally, Kerr-McGee will be plugging and abandoning 20 wells and removing 10 facilities as part of this OGDP, which will result in reclaiming 4.97 more acres than the project ultimately disturbs, and significant reduction in emissions. Next slide. This slide shows the relief requested for this OGDP, and this does conclude our presentation. As you can see, we have a team of subject matter experts on the hearing today, so we can take the PowerPoint down, and we are now open for your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the information. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious, as you looked at there's the description of the water takeaway and the amount of disturbance with that. I'm curious if you talked to some of the people within the potential disturbance area for that, and if you had any conversations with them about the potential for doing the water takeaway.
I can have our stakeholder relations representative, Margaret, take that one.
Thank you, Sarah. Commissioner Cross, so I understand you're asking if we did outreach to the stakeholders that potentially would be impacted if we did move forward with piped produced water?
Correct.
We focus most of our outreach on those closest to the pad within about 2,000 feet and just beyond. And then those with the haul route, we did not outreach to the potential putting a pipeline in.
Okay. Just wanted to check. I think that's my only question.
I'll follow up on that question, Commissioner Cross, because I did have some questions around produced water and produced water takeaway and the evaluation that was done in order to make a determination of trucking versus developing the infrastructure. You know, a lot of times when we hear that analysis done, it's 17 miles to the nearest pipeline or facility, or 22 miles. And this is 4.4 miles, I think. That's pretty close, right? From an evaluative standpoint. And so my question, kind of along the same lines as Commissioner Cross, is, was there any evaluation done on how developing that produced water infrastructure may over time avoid cumulative impacts associated with truck traffic or emissions when considering not only this development but other potential development in the area, or even development of partners or subsidiaries of Oxy, and how that played into this analysis that was done to not lay the produced water infrastructure, as almost everyone that chooses to truck produced water comes to the same conclusion that the infrastructure isn't warranted for a particular OGDP, but I don't know as anyone's looking at it holistically.
Yeah, we do know that our truck traffic associated with produced water takeaway would be concentrated in that first year of development. So we do think that the impacts of constructing a pipeline and disrupting the community in that form in a long-term nature would be more disruptive than the trucks that would have to move back and forth in that first year, usually within the first 6 months, especially. But Byron is our facilities engineer. If you want to talk a little bit more about some of the limitations on your guys' side of inputting that pipeline.
Yeah, sure, Sarah. Hi, Byron Griffin, facility engineer. We did evaluate that pipeline versus water trucking method. And what we determined was that even though it's really a permanent versus temporary evaluation. So having a pipeline in the ground would require a significant amount of construction and disruption to the immediate surrounding area and community. So we felt that it was more beneficial to the surrounding community to limit the disturbance to basically a 6-month period of water hauling versus the construction time period that would be required for installing a permanent pipeline. I think, as we had mentioned in one of the previous slides, there's something like 16 parcels that would be disrupted by constructing that pipeline. And we felt that the disturbance of that versus the temporary truck hauling was a greater disruptance to the surrounding community.
Thanks. Let me break down my question into smaller bites. So does Oxy or its subsidiaries have any existing or contemplated activities that could be along a pipeline corridor that they can think of in the future, like this contemplated corridor?
You mean future development in this area that we could potentially use this hypothetical pipeline?
Correct.
The nearby development that we have planned is I think you guys have probably heard this route OGDP that we've previously presented to you. And those locations were considered for pipeline produced water takeaway separately. So Hickory is kind of the last of this area with no near-term plans to come back and develop any new larger development scale after Hickory.
Okay, and so to better understand, Mr. Griffin, your rationale here, it's your opinion that while produced water is developed more significantly in the early stages of development, that the later stages of the bell curve or later stages of production, there's not enough trucks to be considered impactful?
That is correct. The majority of the water is produced within the first 6 months of production. And after the 6 months, the production of water drops off dramatically, and so does the amount of trucks that would be required to haul the water off.
But still contemplating somewhere between, a couple of trucks a week up to 6 trucks a week, even during the lower stages of the production?
I don't have the exact number of trucks in front of me at the moment, Mr. Chair. I do think that, in comparison, 6 trucks a week would probably be a reasonable number, is an approximate count. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And then I wonder, understanding that, am I coming across okay? Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. I wonder if you could talk just a little bit more about, there was some talk about it in the cumulative impacts report, but I just want to flesh it out just a little more. The opportunities for electrification of drilling rigs in this particular location, where it does appear that there's some electricity that's available, but what type of discussions occurred with the utility providers that led you to utilize the Tier 4 equivalent engines versus the utilization of electricity, or is it a supply chain issue that led you to utilize the Tier 4 equivalent versus the electric rig?
Yeah, I can have our drilling manager, David Crowder, take that question.
Yes, thanks for the question. As per our usual process, our goal is to electrify every pad. However, there are circumstances beyond our control that would prevent us from bringing electricity. And in those situations, we would run the power setup that Ms. Clark described earlier in the presentation, which entails 2 natural gas generators, the battery with engine management system, and the backup diesel generator for the high demand portions of the well. Now, in our discussions with United Power, it all looks feasible. We've submitted the application for that permit. Our electrician who consults with Oxy said everything should be moving towards getting this pad electrified. But in the situation where we don't have electricity available for it due to supply chain constraints or some constraints within United Power, which is the utility provider, then we would default to the standard powered package on our rig.
So I think I'm hearing you say is that you would utilize an electric rig if power became available. And so it's not a rig availability, it's a power availability. Is that my understanding?
That's correct. Yes, our rig is capable of bringing on electricity. It would be more a constraint within the utility provider's process.
Okay, thank you. Those are the only questions I had. Other commissioners with questions? Seeing no further questions, who would like to start out deliberations? Commissioner McGowan.
Oh my goodness, this is a good way to end. I think the operators put forth some good best management practices. I think the community outreach has been appropriate, and we haven't heard from community members about concerns. Originally, when I saw the application, the RBUs were a little concerning to me, but I think appropriate work has been done. Commissioner Mesner, I think that you've asked some good questions about truck traffic, and I think we've frequently seen, like, what is the trade-off between trying to pipe produce water versus the disturbance that would cause, and the impact on a neighborhood versus the short time frame through which we're going to see a lot of truck traffic. So based on everything I've heard today, I feel like this is an approvable application, and I'm ready to call it a day.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start off saying I'm in agreement with Commissioner McGowan. I do think this is an approvable application. I understand the questions related to the truck traffic as well, and I also can say, as Xfinity is trying to drill in our area right now to lay some new utilities, I can also understand the flip side of not wanting to have some of that disturbance in the neighborhood as well. Also, considering this would be going through a disproportionately impacted community, I think that also plays an important factor as well. But to me, the big thing that I take away from this is, per usual, Oxy is using a lot of the best management practices that are some of the best that we see from a lot of the other big operators as well. And when you look at the offsets here, 20 wells disappearing, 10 facilities disappearing, I think the 10 facilities is really important as well, because those are constant emissions that you see. Getting rid of truck traffic, going away from those facilities. We're looking at offsets of acreage coming back. When you look at their water on demand, getting water on demand as well as the oil takeaway, you're looking at, I think the numbers I had written down was greater than 150,000 truck trips from those two things. And so I think that's kind of stuff that gets rid of significant emissions. And I think that's what's important to really get rid of, to take away from a presentation like this. And so I think there's a lot of good BMPs in here, and I will be in support of this application.
Thanks for that, Commissioner Cross. Commissioner Ackerman, you have anything to add?
No, sir. Thanks for the opportunity. I appreciate what's been said and concur.
I have just one other thing to add, and I do want to note that there is a lot to like about this application, and my fellow commissioners have highlighted all these things, and a lot of these things are what we have come to see Oxy provide in most of the OGDPs that have been submitted. So I really do appreciate that. I do want to just push the analysis a little bit around produced water infrastructure, because there's a I think we're being a little myopic in our approach at looking at the infrastructure necessary in order to be able to move produced water around and the associated truck traffic with it. And we're doing that because we're looking at it at an OGDP by OGDP level rather than broader scale. And I think from a cumulative impact standpoint, it will become more and more pressing to start looking at this in a holistic scale. And it seems to me that the 4.5 miles, particularly as you look at the Sprout OGDP being in proximity, that's a close analysis as to whether or not there needs to be infrastructure put in for any kind of future development or other development coordination. And I'm not going to hang that on this particular application, but I say it as we contemplate these things in the Produced Water Consortium and how that necessary infrastructure eventually gets developed in order to be able to move produced water around, in order to be able to contemplate reuse and recycling, and in order to be able to minimize the impacts associated with truck traffic in the DJ Basin. And it takes certain operators to take the first steps in order to make that happen. And I know that Oxy is one of our strong operators in the state, and just want to continue to push that concept as you look at things holistically, what the cumulative benefit is to developing that infrastructure. But with that, I will make a motion to approve this application as presented. And I don't think there was any variances that were associated with it. Correct me if I'm wrong, AAG Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You are correct. Unless Ms. Wazelinski wants to correct me, no variances for this application.
We just need a second.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That application has been approved, and thank you for presenting in front of us.
Thank
With
you.
that, the agenda is complete for today, and so we need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Well, everyone enjoy the rest of the day, and we'll see everyone but Commissioner McGowan at the next meeting.